Welcome back, dear viewers. We continue the coverage from the Spilimbergo Open 2024. Obviously, our hero is Levy Rosman, also known as Gotham Chess, and we are following his journey towards the Grandmaster title. And Spilimbergo Open is one of his stops, one of his attempts to get either one of the Grandmaster norms or increase his rating. I'm myself Grandmaster Arto Connections. I've been coaching Levy for the past several months, and this is the tournament number 3, where we are hoping for the best, obviously. So far, the tournament has been a bit rocky, so to speak. We had some bumps on the road. Levy started the tournament with a victory. He won very quickly the very first round. Then it was followed by 3 draws in round 2 and 3 and 4. He missed the winning chance in the second round. He had a couple of moments when he could have capitalized on some of the inaccuracies on the opponent. Round number 3 and 4 were pretty rough because he didn't quite get anything out of the opening. The position was very solid. And he also played those games in draws. And finally today, the first game today, which concluded basically 2 hours ago, Levy was able to stage a massive comeback because with a white color against the youngster from Italy, he was clearly worse, at some point maybe even losing, but he came around and he won the game. So one more round today, round number 6. And Levy's opponent is Nikhil M from India. Another youngster from India. Yeah, just great. I mean, okay, we could talk about underrated young players from India all day long, but basically all you need to know is that India right now is one of the superpowers in chess in the world, probably the leading country. And they have produced a lot of talent, a lot of underrated kids. So basically every single open tournament in Europe has a representative from India, young talent. I have never heard of Nikhil before. This is the second young player from India that Levy's facing in Spilimbergo. You probably remember it was round number 3 when he was playing against Shaikh R. Sumer, another young talent. Nikhil is, I think, 17 years old, who has gained quite a bit of rating points recently, something like 200. He has had a very, very good past couple of months. And, well, I suppose at this level it's not really a surprise at this age, meaning. And we are going to see. So it's really tough to say what is the actual strength of Levy's opponent. All we know is that Levy plays with black. And there's quite a few games we could use in this very short time frame between the rounds to prep for the game. Maybe it's going to be E4, maybe it's going to be D4. Essentially, the database had something like 19 games, which is awfully little. So it was all about just some concepts, some plans, and that's it. Levy grabbed also some lunch. He is in a very great mood. And actually, when I congratulated him after the victory in the 5th round, I said, congratulations, I'm proud of you, massive comeback. He said, what comeback? Because apparently Levy quite didn't feel that he was in that big of a trouble. And then I told him that at some point the evaluation bar was really, really low. He was surprised. I mean, he definitely felt that he was probably worse at some point, but not definitely strategically losing. And I said, okay, it doesn't really matter. All that matters is your immortal king walk. Because I was impressed the way he handled the endgame against the previous round opponent. King b3, king a4. And yeah, he's asked to give some autographs right here. He has a lot of fans in Italy. And this is also what he said yesterday. I mean, of course, Levy's all smiles. He appreciates it. And he had a couple of gatherings with the fans, and the atmosphere is really great. So this time there was very little prep, and mainly the approach was that Levy should get a proper lunch, rest a bit, and hope for the best. They're playing in Spilimbergo, which is a small town in Italy, about 1 hour and 20 minutes drive northeast towards the borders of Slovenia and Austria. If you're watching this from United States, you probably don't know exactly where it is, but all you need to know it's not very far from Venice. Venice obviously is one of the most famous Italian cities, so quite close to that region. Also, this is something, this is the region where I've been myself a couple of times, especially in Venice. I love the city. I love Italy. I've been there a couple of times. And yeah, Levy enjoys the atmosphere. Yesterday, during the night, he had finally some proper sleep because with the very first rounds, he was suffering some jet lag. He arrived in Italy only 1 day before the start of the tournament due to reasons that Levy knows best. He simply could not arrive earlier. And he's feeling better. So he had about 6 hours uninterrupted sleep. Now he staged a massive comeback. So I think it's going to be a great game. And also he has gained definitely some confidence that the drawing series has been stopped and he's back on the winning path. He's not very lucky with the parents, let me tell you that. Yeah, I mean, 2 young Indians, also very strong women players, members of national teams. So underrated players, it's tough. It is what it is. And currently, Levy stands with 3.5 points out of 5. It's going to be quite difficult for him to get a GM norm in this tournament. Doesn't seem very likely, to be honest. But I think he can still fight for valuable rating points. And of course, there's always the experience. Every single tournament adds some extra value to the overall journey. Yeah, in the meantime, he's waiting for his opponent. I don't think that Levy had the time to record recap about the previous game, neither did I. There was simply no time. So most likely this will happen right after this round. And you'll get to hear the insights of Levy, how it's been so far today in Italy. All right. Yeah, the start of the round is in 2 minutes. His opponent is still not there. I'm not exactly sure what's going to be the first move. Could be e4, could be d4. We noticed that Levy's opponent quite doesn't play well in close positions. So he handles himself pretty well in open positions. So if there will be a possibility for Levy to go for a close position, he's going to try to do it. By the way, I'm seeing the Wi-Fi is a bit laggy. At some point, I'm going to probably refresh the window. I mean, Levy is using the Playing Venues official Wi-Fi. We tried to use one of the eSIM's unlimited data. It just failed terribly in round 2, leaving us without any video. So Levy is not going to risk it again. And this time, the Wi-Fi is something we rely on and it works. By the way, also, maybe I should have started with this. There is a 10-minute delay for the broadcast due to the fair play reasons. There's no way around it. This is due to the fact that nowadays there are players who like to get some unfair advantage and have a peek what a phone is saying about their position because it is illegal. You cannot do it. And basically with any smartphone, you could beat the world champion. That's the level of the sophistication of current engines that can be easily installed on phones. So you cannot do that. And the 10-minute delay is meant to enforce at least a couple of security measures. So Levy's video footage is an exception. Obviously, it's been approved by the arbiter. And during the broadcast, Levy won't have any possibility to interact with you, audience, or with the chat. That's what I'm here for. And my job is to provide you some insights how our cooperation has been looking like so far. What do I expect to happen today? And probably explain some of the decision making by Levy. All right. I mean, it would be really great if Levy could win, but you know, it's very early to tell how the game is going to continue. Basically, I would just stick to my advice. Don't overthink. Play simple chess. Play good chess. Play like it's a training game. And your opponent will give you chances. That's it. Yeah, you see, Levy is in a very good mood. Another signature. Another autograph. Probably ask, what's your name? Okay, he's going to sign it. And the games are about to start. After today, the tournament schedule is as follows. There will be one game per day. Tomorrow and day after that, and I even believe in the final round, I have to double check it. The games start at 3:30 Central European Summer Time. That's it. No more double rounds. This is the final day. So Spilimbergo Open runs from July 9th to 15th. The time control is 90 minutes, 90 minutes for the entire game, plus extra 30 seconds per every made move. All you need to know is this is going to be a long game. It's not going to finish in 10 minutes. There's not going to be blitz. Maybe we are going to get a time scramble in then. We'll see. But the first couple of hours, the pace is going to be much slower. You could expect on average a move every 3 minutes. So we're going to talk about a lot of things during that time. Talk about possibilities. I'm going to explain the potential thought process behind Levy's moves. I have a pretty good idea how he thinks. Sometimes I'm a bit off. I cannot really guess what he thinks. And he presses the clock on his opponent. His opponent is not there yet. According to regulations, the players can be late for 60 minutes. I quite do not like this, to be honest, because I'm a strong believer of the fact that you should always be there at the start of the game. Because can you imagine any sports event like football or tennis where your opponent is late for 5 minutes? You just wait for him until he arrives. There are spectators waiting for the other player to arrive. Quite unheard of. But in chess, those rules are a bit lax. Yeah, so 60 minutes, you're afforded to be late. And the idea here is that it's at your disadvantage. Some tournaments are more strict, where you are not present at the board at the very beginning. You're immediately forfeited. And sometimes there have been paradoxical moments. I believe it was either in the Watches Olympiad, one of their strongest team events, where the player is present at the board. His pen is malfunctioning. He gets up, goes to the arbiter's desk to check and get a new pen. He misses 5 seconds of the start of the round, and he gets forfeited. I think it was in one of the previous Watches Olympiads. Okay, I think it's a bit too strict, but something like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I think it's still okay. You can always get in a traffic jam, but, well, you can always plan also the travel to the play venue a bit more in advance. right? But okay. 60 minutes it is. And the clock is ticking. Also, it's important to understand that this is the second game of the day. So maybe Levy's opponent tries to use every single minute he can to do the prep. And try to predict in which direction to take the game. Very often at the professional chess, we're using a special software we call ChessBase. There you go, there's Nikhil. He comes, they shake hands. And by the way, d4, let's play. Okay, just a second, let me maybe refresh the board because I think it's quite a bit behind. So because there was a bit of lag at some point. Let me hope the reboot is gonna help. There you go. All right. d4, d5, knight f3. Okay, now this time the synchronization is a bit better. So the suggestion to Levy is that he should try to play some close positions. d4 was one of the guesses how Nikhil might play. He was also playing a lot of e4 games. I mean, those 19 games. But he was having very good results with d4. Knight f3, knight f6. Levy does not yet reveal all the cards. There's all kinds of setups he can choose. And most likely c4 will be the move. Because in the opening, you want to fight for the center. g3. g3. Wait a second. This is a surprise. I talked with Levy about this continuation against another opponent in New York. And my proposition against that guy was to play bishop f5, c6, and h6. Now the question is, what Levy is going to choose? So we didn't really cover the prep. I was just saying that g3 is not very ambitious because you don't really want to play e6, c6 because it imprisons your let's go bishop. It's all about giving the bishop long diagonals. And here you want to get it out and you want to play h6. So I'm going to explain why h6, why do you want to get it out. And there is a very good reason why the queen's pawn opening with d4 is often followed by c4. I'm wondering if Levy is trying to recall our discussion about this because there was almost no info, no sources for Nikhil's games with d4. So we are going to see. So what I was proposing him against a different opponent to play bishop f5 and after bishop g2, for example, play c6, play h6, and now at some point play e6. This is a really great setup for black. So what's the trick with the order of the moves? So if white plays c4 and you play c6, white plays knight c3. This is one of the most popular continuations. If you get out a bishop, bishop f5, and you want to play e6, you want to play h6, you want to have a great position. This is a problem. You see, white immediately is hitting some weaknesses here. The pawn on b7 is very difficult to defend. And after queen b6, there's knight e5. After queen b3, there's knight x and f6. We call this an intermezzo check. White collects the pawn on b3 and is feeling really great. So that's why here black has suddenly some problems to defend the pawn on b7. And if black would play something like queen c7, The pawn is dropping. Black will play b6. This is just awful. I believe e4 is a very powerful sacrifice, followed by moves like knight e5, threatening with a scholar's mate, and after bishop b5. In the Italian language, you basically say, arrivederci. That's it. Your position is just collapsing. Knight d7. Think about moves like g4, g5. Time to resign. Because you're losing the knight on d7 if the knight on f6 walks. That easy to get to it's possible to get into trouble. So after the c4, c6, knight c3, one of the most popular continuations is to play e6, stopping any queen b3 ideas. There is also, of course, a sideline that involves a6. For example, white plays here something like g3. Now the big idea here is sometimes you get to play bishop f5 with the idea to meet queen b3. Look at this. Rook a7. Protecting the pawn. Sometimes there's also b5 idea. And then black plays e6, h6, and he has a nice game. That's all you need to know. Now Levy played something else. Bishop g4. I do not recall this. Maybe Levy's improvising a bit. I think this is still completely fine. But let me walk you down a bit again about the choices. So g3, if white doesn't include c4, then black has enough time to put the bishop at f5. Look at this. c4, c6, queen b3. You're probably wondering, where's the difference? The difference there, viewers, is you can play queen b6. You see, you can play g3 and not knight c3. The pawn on d5 is not under attack. Or maybe if white will play c6, and queen b3. You can play simply queen b6. The knight on c3 doesn't hit the knight on d5, the pawn on d5. So this is a very important detail. And let's say you play bishop f5, bishop g2, why h6 is necessary. Because let's say you play e6, show castle, you play something like bishop e7, c4, c6, you secure the center, the bishop is out, no need to cook it on c8. You need to watch out for knight h4. White hits the bishop. If you play here, white wants to kill it, then play something like knight c3, play e4, and have the two bishop advantage, which is one of the big topics in the modern chess. I mean, okay, so black here could try to avoid it and play bishop g4, white plays h3, white plays g4, and we still get to the same position. At a competitive level, the so-called, this is, by the way, the current position. At a competitive level, the so-called two bishop advantage is a very popular topic. And that's why I'm not entirely sure about this bishop g4 here. So if I may, c4 was just played. And I'm not sure about this bishop g4 because it kind of provokes white to play knight e5. Or maybe there's ideas like knight e5, hitting the bishop, you go here, c4, c6, queen b3, queen b6. I'm not sure what's the difference here. The knight on f3 is better or on e5. Not sure, tell you honestly. But anyway, I mean, a bishop g4 is a nice, logical, solid move. Castles, bishop e7, c4, c6. And now Levy can safely secure the center. Part of the ideas of playing c6 is to avoid a symmetrical position. Meaning, if you take on d5 with white, e takes on d5 follows. And one of the things that I absolutely love about the pawn structures is that these pawns, they form like an arrow. Look at this, yeah? White plays e3, it forms an arrow. Look at this, arrow here, an arrow here. What does it mean? it basically shows you a direction where to play. So white plays ideas like b4, b5, try to create weakness here. Black's direction is the king side and attack. All right. I think here for Nikhil, attempt to get anything out of the position, it makes sense to hunt the bishop. So if I'm playing with white, I'm definitely considering h3. h3, bishop h5, g4, bishop g6, and knight e5. I want to get the so-called two-bishop advantage, which is the minimal advantage that chess professionals are aiming for in any opening. Any. Especially nowadays, since many openings have been considered that there's no advantage. So you're looking for this small thing in the long run. And maybe you would be asking, what is so special about the two bishops? What's the big deal? I mean, knight is equal to bishop, no? No. At least at a competitive level. Because if you get two bishops at the very beginning, and even the position is quite close, your plan is, in the long run, slowly but carefully, open up the position. Why? Because it's a common truth. Bishops best operate in open positions. Knights are really good at closed positions. So you might say, wait a second, but I'm going to keep my position closed. You know, I'm going to get my knights and keep the position closed. Maybe. But think about your own games that you have played. For example, look at the last 20 games you have played. You can check it out right now. How many of those games have the closed character until the very end? And how many of those games they will open up? You're going to be quite surprised with the results. You're going to see that a big majority of the games, they tend to open up. And now you understand. By getting the two bishop advantage at the very beginning, you're thinking a bit further with a proper play. You want to open up the position, and then those bishops in an open position will be stronger than the two knights, for example, and you will get something out of this. Now you know, that's the secret. That's the secret that everybody at a professional level knows. The question is it easy to do it? No. No, it's not easy. But many players are pursuing this. So if you're seeing many openings where one of the players, especially a strong title player, gives up he's developing advantage due to the two bishop pair, you understand why he's doing this. That's why I'm not so sure that the bishop on g4 here is so well positioned. And I wanted it to be standing on f5 because I care about those two bishops. So let's say, again, bishop g2, I'm going to start with h6, avoiding knight h4, c4, c6, knight c3, e6. And if you play knight h4, I'm going to say no. If you're going to play c-dex on d5, I'm going to play e-dex on d5. That's it. I talked with Levy about this. So of course, he's perfectly aware, but maybe he just has some other ideas in this position. Maybe it's a different prep. We quite didn't prep for this. So it was pretty difficult to expect what to expect from the opponent. And yeah, now queen b3 is giving nothing white because you can just play queen b6. Knight e5. I'm sure that Levy is going to save the bishop and play bishop f5. So far, the opening is a success. I like it. I would have liked it a bit more with the bishop at f5 and the pawn on h6, but it's still very good. All right. Let me see what you're saying there on chat. I have both YouTube and Twitch channels open. Some interesting questions I can repeat, maybe provide my answers. By the way, the Catalan, I see you're talking about the Catalan. It's a very popular opening. Super popular. And maybe I should explain the concept a bit behind Catalan. For example, if Nikhil here had started to play e6, c4, e6, g3. So Levy could take the pawn, Levy could play c5, Levy could play c takes on d4, something like this. Something like this. I'm just going to show you very quickly. This is a disaster of a position in the Catalan for black. Why? Even though the pawn structure feels very symmetrical, I mean, 4 versus 4, 2 pawns versus 2, this bishop makes all the difference in the world. And black has major difficulties to activate the last bishop. So you cannot get the bishop on b7, you cannot play a6, b5. If you play rook b8, you need to watch out in some lines for bishop f4. That's the problem. So it's all about understanding the position. By the way, Nikhil just played knight e2. And he would love to open up this long diagonal, but that's why Levy here is building a brick wall in front of it, so that this bishop is staring at the face of 3 pawns. And c takes, e takes, those 3 pawns, the Great Wall of China remains. I suppose he wants to play e4. I think this will be a very nice moment to play h6. Just a second. Let me again refresh the window so that you are getting the feedback a bit more real time. The Wi-Fi is a bit lagging. There we go. So I suppose from time to time I will simply have to refresh the window. So I was suggesting h6 because you could prepare the escape route for the bishop on h7. I mean, with the bishop on g4 it feels a bit weird, but h6 in general is a very good move. I mean, Levy of course could just play a short castle and try to combat e4 with something else. And that's why I think white still could pick up h3. h3, you don't want to give up your bishop for nothing. Here, play g4. Here, and knight e5. So you might be asking, why not play h3 immediately? If you really need a bishop, why don't you play h3 immediately? Fair question. But I think there's an extra option for black to take on f3 and collect a pawn on c4. So this pawn is not so easy to get. I still don't like it. White could play something like a4, stopping b5 ideas, and play knight a3, collect the pawn on c4. This bishop in the long run might become a really strong piece. So I would still play after h3, either bishop f5 or bishop h5. So I think what here Nikhil wants to do, he wants to play h3 and keep the pawn on c4 alive. Like castles h3, bishop f5, g4 here, and knight e5. And if Levy plays knight e7, Nikhil wants to go here, here, and I don't know, maybe play e4 to open up the position, maybe play e3, maybe be more patient. But in general, white wants to get something like this. Open up the position, push d5, remove the pawns, and then when you have in an open position two bishops side by side, then white is doing great. But obviously it's much more complex. The process, the road, how do you get there, it's not trivial. How old was I when I became a GM? Taylor James is asking on YouTube. I was 29. It was very late. And that's one of the reasons, at least I think so, why Levy decided to choose me as his coach. We have a rather similar growth. Both of us, we became an international master pretty young. And then we stopped playing competitive chess for different reasons. I was pursuing career. I was getting MBA master's degree, working in journalism and PR. Levy was coaching kids. He was creating content. And eventually, as you can see, he succeeded big time, becoming a very big celebrity in the chess world, and not only chess world. But he wants to resume one of his greatest quests of the life. Prove himself that he is GM material, and I believe he is. It's a very nice challenge for him. So it's going to be a very fun road. Actually, somebody asked me, yeah, I mean, when he gets the GM title, oh, this is going to be very big content. Like at the moment he gets the GM title. No, actually, I think h6 is on the board, by the way. Nice. Nice, Levy. I like this move. But I think actually what is the greatest? And you are part of it right now. It's the road. It's the road itself. You're watching how Levy becomes a grandmaster. He's detailing all of his steps. And by the way, if somebody doesn't have access to the Patreon, Levy created it with several membership levels. It features all the coaching videos, some video logs. I believe he also posts puzzles there. Check it out. It's going to give you some nice insights, and maybe ultimately you're going to become a better player and you'll have a chance to interact with Levy. I think it's totally worth it. All right. So what else you were saying there? Thank you for the positive words, by the way. I really appreciate it. You know, I don't have a chance to say thank you, all of you, but appreciate what Lamy Pix is saying on YouTube and also what Alec Burns is saying on YouTube. Really appreciate it. This is really lovely to hear. And everybody else who like the commentary, who are interested about Levy's road, thank you. I mean, every single support matters. So it's a great time. And definitely there will be more tournaments. So this is only the start. I mean, Levy announced the road to the GM title in May. It's been what? June, July, August, 3 months. 3 months. But I estimate that the entire journey might take a couple of years, maybe even 3 years. So we're at the very beginning, and it's already a lot of fun. So anyway, once again, in case you missed it, what's the idea of h6? To prepare an escape route for the bishop at h7. It's not about bishop g5 or taking away the g5 square. I mean, okay, it probably is a bonus at some point, but mainly it's all about preserving the last square bishop. Levy wants to stop e4. I think so. So here, if Nikhil is going to play rook e1, I'm pretty positive Levy is going to play bishop f5, stopping e4. I mean, he could play, of course, something like a shoot castle, allowing white to play e4, like takes it and takes it and takes it and takes it and go here and go here. And actually, this position kind of resembles the Caracan. Look at this. It's like a Caracan. A perfect fit for Levy. But why do this? Why allow e4? Or why allow white to trade the pawn on e2 for the pawn on d5? This is a strong pawn. The knight on d2 is a bit ridiculous. So I'm pretty sure that Levy is going to play bishop f5 to stop this. Yeah, you can see there's some viewers. I mean, obviously, everybody in Spilimbergo, they are perfectly aware that Gotham Chess is in the building. And that there are many fans. By the way, one of the players that Levy faced in the Madrid tournament was watching his channel with his roommate. And he beat Levy to get the GM norm. But it was quite special, also for the opponent. Also, the clock situation is looking pretty good for Levy, because every single time when Levy was playing the second game of the day, his pace would become much slower. Obviously, he would be tired having long games in the first game, but this time the position is simple. Not exactly for this game. He already has prepped some ideas. Nikhil apparently quite doesn't feel the position. So the start is good. What is the minimum elo to become a Grandmaster? Robots is asking on YouTube. 2500 elo. Levy has 2370. In this tournament at the moment, he's losing points. So he needs to win a lot of games. Yeah, there you go. Nikhil plays rook e1. Trying to play e4. I'm pretty sure bishop f5 is incoming. I don't think that Levy wants to give up the bishop on f3. And I'm pretty positive that Levy has no concerns by moving the same bishop twice. And this is maybe a difficulty for some club level players to understand, who are like playing classical chess. But wait a second, I thought in an opening you have to move every single piece only once. You have to castle and then see what happens, right? Mostly, yes. But there's always exceptions to the rule. I believe this is one of those exceptions. Also, I should mention, during the broadcast, I'm not using engines. So all I have is the evaluation bar in front of me. I gotta reveal you a secret. I don't need it. I do not need the evaluation bar. So I'm a Grandmaster. I understand what's going on. Sometimes I maybe make mistakes, since I'm just a human being who maybe knows to play chess a bit better than most. But it's for you. It's for you, the viewers, so that you understand, you have an approximate idea who is doing better. Is it Levy? Is it Nikhil? So you see that Levy here has a minor advantage, 0.2 in favor for black. It means Levy is doing great. That's all you need to know. I mean, okay, if your rating is something like 500, 600, you don't understand what is this, just follow the bar, but I don't need it really. And by the way, of course, Levy doesn't have access to the bar during the game. This will be a massive spoiler. Actually, you know, one thing, something terrible happened. I think it was, please pardon me if I'm terribly wrong. That was so stupid. I think it was a Tata Steel. I might be wrong. I think it was Tata Steel B tournament of this year. Or maybe it was past year. Doesn't matter. So try to get the idea. There's a very critical game in the final round. The leader is playing against against somebody else, a critical match, in order to determine who's going to win the tournament. And there's no evaluation bar, of course. So everybody's sitting there and quiet, and suddenly, out of nowhere, all cameramen go to that board and start to film you. What do you think kind of clue it gives to the player who is sitting there? Oh, there's something here. Apparently, there's an opportunity. Now, where is it? I mean, it's basically the same as having access to evaluation bar, that there's been a massive swing. I think it was in Tata, but don't take my word for granted, but this happened. That was insane. So, yeah, I mean, of course, journalists were trying to do their best. But, you know, when suddenly you start to rush to a board and you try to film it or make photos, it also gives information to the player that something is going on. All right, Levy's thinking. I think he's thinking a bit too much. Bishop 5 should be played very quickly here. Maybe he has some reservations about moving the same bishop twice. Maybe he likes the Caro position. But since Levy already played h6, I think he is well aware of the concept of putting the bishop in 5. Jescu is asking, can Levy still make a norm in the tournament in the Twitch chat? We'll see. So basically, he would have to win all the games. We'll see. And by the way, in case you're thinking it's impossible, it is possible. Because last year I was playing in Canada in a very strong open, Canadian Transnational Open. So Canadians were organizing highest level open tournament, inviting many international grandmasters and title players. And one of my colleagues, Tom Contons, he started terribly, 1.5 points out of 3. No chances to win the tournament, right? 50% score. Well, guess what? He finished 7.5 out of 9. Convincingly won the tournament by 1 point margin. I think it was 1 point. Just had a streak. So for Levy, everything is still possible. But I'm usually advising him, just take one step at a time. Don't worry about the big picture. Worry about this game. That's it. Don't think about tomorrow or day after that. When Gotham becomes a grandmaster, does that make me the most famous chess coach of all time? Taki, the penguin, is asking. I don't think so. There's so many great chess coaches. So I'm just doing my job. I think it would be a fantastic point in my resume, wouldn't it? Of course. But I don't think about it too much. Do I think a title should be added above GM? Step Bryce asking on YouTube. Great question. I love it. Thank you for bringing it up. By the way, Bishop 5 is on the board. No. No, I don't think so. And I don't I hope it never happens. Because in my eyes, this would ruin the tradition of decades. So the Grandmaster title, it was invented, when was this? In the middle of 20th century. Something like good 70 years ago. And there were not so many Grandmasters in the world. Basically, a Grandmaster title was that you are fighting for the World Championship title. Fine by me. But the thing is, chess has become so popular and widespread that the level of competitive players, for example, if maybe in the 50s there were like a handful of Grandmasters, today in the world there's more than 1,000 Grandmasters. Does it mean that another tier is necessary, like this unofficial Super Giant title? I do not think so. Because this would make the lifetime work for most of the players achieving the highest title sort of lesser. It's like, imagine this, in karate, you achieve the black belt, which is like the achievement in karate, and that's it. And suddenly somebody comes and says, yeah, listen, we have like 10,000 people around the world who have the black karate belt. Let's invent diamond belt. Yeah, and suddenly the black belt means quite secondary, no? I mean, it's still very special, but there's immediately higher tier. And I believe that so far it's been working pretty well. I have no objections that there's so many Grandmasters, that the number of the GMs in the world is going to increase. So people are unofficially using the name of Super GM. I would like it to stay like that. By the way, moves have been played. Bishop 5, Levy played. B3, obviously, Ezekiel attempts to bring the bishop in the game. Castles, Bishop B2. Most likely, Knight E7 will be played. This is a dream position for Levy. Maybe Knight E7, maybe play A5, A4. Think what and see what happens. Taki the Penguin is asking if Gotham and Alex would be playing a classical game. Who would I be rooting for? I don't know. Not a fair question. I mean, I like Alex, but currently I'm coaching Levy. So I suppose Levy, but I don't think that either of them would be unhappy that if the other player would win. They're friends. So I'll be happy for both. But yeah, I'm coaching Levy, so maybe a bit more for Levy. Yeah, I was coaching Alex some years ago, not very long, for maybe a couple of months, really. And that's it. By the way, I met him last year in Italy. Alex Ostrovsky, we're talking about one of the friends of Levy. He was one of the coaches of the US team, US youth team in Montesilvano, Italy. I was doing the commentary together with Keti Tsatsalaashvili for FIDE. We had a very nice broadcast. Very nice. I mean, we just were having a blast. And he almost got no recognition, meaning there was very few views, very few. But we definitely had a blast. And we'll see. Maybe we're going to repeat something like that this year as well. Let me see what else you're writing there. What do I think about gambits in general? They're fun. Play gambits. There are good gambits. There are bad gambits. For example, there are gambits that don't give you a bad position, but for some reason they're neglected at a competitive level. For example, the Evans gambit. Fun stuff. Engine supported. And not so many people play it. I hope that Levy was not too hard on playing bishop g4 and bishop f5. Probably he realized that he should have put the bishop on f5 immediately. But one thing that you need to know, a5, a3, by the way, is played. One thing that you need to know about losing tempi in close positions, it doesn't matter. You're like, wait a second, what are you talking about? I thought losing tempis is bad. In open positions, yeah. So for example here, let me just show you some ridiculous example. Let's say there's some maneuvering, and for some reason, Levy has to play rook e7 and then go back rook a8. Would his position become much worse because of that? No. And why is that? Because the position is closed. This is a closed position. If he would try to repeat the same in an open position, then things will be much worse. So that's why playing bishop g4 and then changing the mind and playing bishop f5 just to stop e4, it's a nice exception. I love your insight, by the way. Lights no home on YouTube. Evaluation bar can be misleading. Just because an engine sees something doesn't mean any human player will. Thank you. It is exactly like that. So if you are watching the previous round, some of the critical moments of the endgame where Levy was playing against the young Italian kid, engine was saying that Levy's opponent is tiny better. Does it mean it's a draw? Does it mean that his opponent is pushing? No. I was very certain that Levy is actually very close to change the game. How can I know that? Because you can see in which direction the game is taking. You can see ideas. You also don't see the ideas for the opponent, or maybe engine is giving some rubbish lines that for humans, they make no sense. Like you go somewhere with the rook and you suddenly have to go back. You don't think like that, right? So that's why Levy was indeed able to take over the game, and at least according to an engine, he was slightly worse in the endgame. Okay, before that he was much worse, but he won. So that's why it's a very nice remark. Yes, the evaluation bars, they can be misleading. And obviously players don't know them. And very often it really depends on the skill of the player to determine how good or how bad is the position. The better the player, the more accurate evaluation. Knight e7 is played. The main reason why you want to validate the position, why do you need it at all? Because otherwise, how else do you make choices? If I'm looking at this position, for example, how do I make a choice between queen c7, knight e7, b5, rook e8, or knight e4? I cannot calculate it until a forced mate. It's impossible. So that's why you follow some general guidelines. Throughout the year, players develop, we call it gut instinct, where pieces should stand. And combined with the knowledge we have about this particular line or the pawn structure, we make, I call it, the best guess. And most of the players are guessing all the time. Nobody knows for sure. So yeah, knight e7 is a nice move, and I think that eventually Levy will have to play something like b5 or knight e4. So going back to this position, I like this move a5 because Levy was basically fishing at the queen side. He's trying to generate targets. This is a common pattern versus the fianchetto, like the bishop on b2. I mean, there's no knight on c3. Very often you can play a5, a4 and bother your opponent. So for example, if white had played, for example, rook c1, just to put the rook somewhere, I play a4. You can't play b4, there's the bishop. If you take it, I play queen a5. And because of my temporarily made pawn sacrifice, what I have gained? I have generated targets. So this is one of the coolest things at a professional chess. The ability, the skill, use the pawns to generate targets in your opponent's position. You don't use the pawns. What's going to happen? You're going to shuffle the pieces here and there, here and there, here and there, and nothing's going to happen. You need to use the pawns. You push them forward, you generate targets, and you get more information where to put the pieces. So a3 was played to stop a4 with b4, so that it's protected. And that's the reason why Levy now played knight e7, which is met by knight e5. Goran Vasic is asking on YouTube, what is Levy's next tournament? I'm not sure yet. Do not know. I know one of his planned next events in Europe. I think it's going to be in Europe. But I think it would be best that Levy would announce it himself. But apart from that, we haven't really yet discussed. Oh, wait, I do know. Sorry. Yeah, completely forgot. At the end of August, there will be a tournament in New York. Was it in New York? This is something that Levy announced himself. But after that, I believe there's no plans. Nothing about where to get the norms or get the rating. We are going to talk about it, I suppose, after the end of the Italian tournament. All right. Actually, this is a nice move because while they start to play e4. Now the question is, can Levy take it? Double the pawns and play something like knight e7. I think what Nikhil wants, he wants to play e4. Or maybe even push, play c takes on d5 and play e4. I think this is what he wants. Take it and take it. Remember what I told you about the Catalan bishop? There you go. But again, the position is very concrete. And maybe there's some problems with the plan, like take it, and knight c5, hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn. I don't like this move, to be honest. But knight e5 is directly linked with e4. Maybe Levy can take it and play knight e4, stopping e4. So if white takes it, take with a pawn. If white goes here, this is a big mistake. You don't win the pawn. There's e3. Discovered attack. Take the pawn on f2. And ruin white's pawn structure. So the position probably is level, but visually I like black slightly more because there's a weakness on b3. I'm thinking about ideas like trading the queens, playing e3 and bishop c2. But again, this is something you have to calculate very precisely. Does Levy have any other moves? Probably. This is very tempting. Actually, before Nikhil played knight e5, I was wondering if there's room for b5. This is a typical idea in these positions. To meet knight e5 with something like queen b6, threaten to take, use the pawns here, c5, queen b7, knight d7, and whatever happens. So this b5 push is pretty common, but it didn't happen. I'm not sure if it's even good here. All right, let me think about Levy's choices here. Hey, Alex! Actually, speak of the devil. Alex Ostrovsky is in the chat. Alex says playing the early bishop g4 was something Gotham Chess prepared for his previous New York City tournament. So, I didn't know you were here. Really? Maybe it would be very interesting to hear, but obviously this is going to come after the 10-minute delay. Why not bishop f5? Why not bishop g4? I have to confess, we didn't really analyze it very deeply. But I suggested to Levy play bishop f5 against somebody from the New York tournament. I believe it was Eugene Yu. But it was like a very quick suggestion. I noticed something in Eugene's games that he doesn't play c4, and I suggested go for this setup. But there was no big discussion about it. I didn't know that Levy had prepared separately bishop g4. So that's interesting. Let's see. There's a question by Vic on YouTube. Is it possible to become a title player while working full-time? I think so, yeah. Because I was working full-time. Okay, I mean, when I was not a competitive player, I quit chess at age 18. I was pursuing career. I was working full-time. Actually, more than that, I was going to university full-time. And I was working full-time. I was working from and studying from 6 a.m. until 9 p.m. That was my day, 6 days a week. No chess, obviously. But from time to time, I would play in some tournaments. So it's not like I didn't play it. I was just not professional. It is possible to combine it, but it's very tough. There's a question by Obsidian Sky. By the way, trade happened 95 and 97. I don't know, I would have considered maybe 94. With it being possible that Levy can get GM at this age, how difficult would I judge for a similarly aged person just starting to reach a national master? It should be possible. Just starting out, you are below age 30. It's all about how much time you have. I mean, in general, why it's a better idea to do new things, learn new things when you are young, when you are kids, when you're going to school. First, your brain works better. You have less things to worry about. You have a lot of free space, which is not filled with unnecessary things. So that's why kids pick up very easy new skills like languages, like musical instruments, chess. But when you get older, obviously your life is, not life, but the brain is filled with all kinds of junk coming from every day. And we are getting jobs, we are getting degrees in universities. So there also are, most of us, we get families, we get children, etc. So we're super committed, getting mortgages and everything. And in the middle of that, suddenly you decide to become a title player. It's much more difficult, is it not? Because when you're going to school, life is really simple. It's really easy. Okay, maybe somebody who's going to school is going to disagree and say, school is really hard. No, it's not. School is very easy. It's the easiest that's going to happen in your life. Enjoy it. E4 is pushed. I think this is a mistake. I think that here Nikhil had to play c takes on d5, open up the position. And I'm not sure what Levy was planning here. E takes d5 or c takes on d5. But now e4 makes more sense because this bishop is opening up. Or maybe e takes on d5 was Levy's idea. E4, d takes, knight e4. Maybe there's no need to give up the bishop. Could be some knight c5 here. I have no idea. You know, I'm very quickly suggesting things, but they have to be evaluated. So let's say knight e6. Whatever. Takes, takes, and knight e3. What is this? I'm creating a fork. The pawn on d6 is strong. Looks very complex, but the engine already gives me a major clue that black is doing great. So that's why this e4 is inaccuracy, because this bishop is still staring at the face of these two pawns. So pretty sure Levy is going to take it. D takes on e4 was just played. Knight e4 most likely. The knight is getting to d6. And I don't know, does Levy take it? Or does he play the same idea, knight c5? I think it works again. It's basically the same. The c pawns are now present at the board, but nothing really changes. Knight d6, bishop d6, e takes on d6, knight d3. That's a fork. Rook e2. And yeah, by the way, just take the pawn. Don't even take the bishop on b2. So that's why he opted knight c5. If Nikhil plays knight c5, he's just worse. Black has beautiful bishops. This pawn is a weakness. You're thinking about most like queen d1, bishop c2, collect the pawn, or queen b6, apply pressure, apply pressure, apply pressure, apply pressure. Okay, maybe Nikhil is going to change his mind and take with the bishop. Could be. It could be. Maybe he has to fix it and take with the bishop. Which is going to give Levy some extra options. Maybe play knight c5 immediately. Takes it. This knight is getting to d3. Bishop c5. Queen b6. This knight can go to e6. This knight on d2 is really bad. This is looking nice and easy. All right. Okay, let me select some couple of questions from the chat. Which part of the game for Levy is the strongest, opening, middle game, or endgame? I think he's very good at openings. He could still improve his middle games. And I think Levy is a natural when it comes to endgames. Like, I just loved his King March in the previous round against Maldonado Gonzalez, the young Italian player. Fantastic concept. King b3, King a4, temporarily sacrifice a pawn. By the way, Levy, after the game, he said he was very proud of it. So, yeah, I totally support it. That was nice. So make sure you check out his recap this evening. And he's going to explain you it. I mean, I'm also going to make a recap, but after this round, probably post it like immediately after it. We'll see. Thank you, Gerard Miles McKinnell. Levy is the best chess teacher on the planet. But not only that, he is fantastic life coach and role model for young people. I'm 54 years old and I can see the difference he's making. He will be a GM. Thank you. Such comments are very important. It's very inspiring also for Levy. For me as well. As a coach, what do I think about Levy? If Levy traveled earlier to the destination to make some content and reduce the impact of the jet lag, I am pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that he could not arrive earlier. We have talked about this a couple of times. Levy is perfectly aware of the downsides of the jet lag. He was underperforming, obviously. He knows that. If he had the chance to arrive earlier, he would have done it. By the way, Bishop e4 is played. Clearly, Nikhil is aware of the knight c5 threat. By the way, the Wi-Fi of the playing venue is failing us a bit. Let me refresh it a bit. There you go. Yeah, unfortunately, during the first round, I missed the very end of the game because there was a massive lag. Not going to repeat the same mistake again. Cooking with a Kid, very interesting username on YouTube, says, how long does it take to become a Grandmaster? At a competitive level, if you are a talent and you're working hard, on average, I would say 10 years. From the very beginning to getting the GM norm, the GM title, 10 years. Maybe for somebody it's 15 years. There are, of course, unique exceptions, like Gukesh, one of Indian super talents, who is this year challenging the current world champion England. He started to play chess at age 7, and at age 18, he is fighting for the world championship. How about that? He's definitely going to break some records if he beats Dingler. But I think Gukesh spent like 5 years from starting chess and becoming a grandmaster. I think it's a world record. I'm not sure. Because the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess is right now Abhimanyu Mishra, who became a grandmaster at age 12, 4 months, I believe, and 25 days. I don't remember when he started to play chess, but clearly not at age 7. I think it was much earlier than that. Age 7 is kind of already late. Unbelievable. I mean, I started to play chess at age 9. Still became a GM. I think knight c5 here has got to be the move. Very easy position. So I was thinking knight c5, bishop f5, take it. This is a whole, maybe queen c2, knight e3. Wait, maybe there's this move. Oh, that looks nasty. How do you defend the pawn in f2? So maybe here white could play something like rook a c1, takes, knight e3, take on b2, take on a3, collect the pawn. Knight c5, takes. Very easy choice for Levy. I'm not even sure he has any alternatives. So knight c5 is played. Levy doesn't mind doubling the pawns. And I think that Nikhil here is in trouble. I really like how Levy is playing this game. Nice, easy, simple decisions. Spending time at the right moments. This is move 15. He has spent half an hour on the clock. The position is simple. There are some weaknesses in white's position. So, looks great. Tom 9000 is asking, does Arthur read chat? Yes. Yes, he does. Let me see what else is there. As a full-time worker and a father of 2 and a full-time student, school is hard. Okay, I'm not going to argue. I loved school. When I was going to school, I loved it. Until 9th grade, which is the European system. After that, not so much because I was playing chess tournaments. I think that at the moment Levy is cruising with a very nice pace towards a very good result in this game. He is better. He has no weaknesses. There are some weaknesses in White's position. Nikhil made a mistake by not taking on d5 and then pushing e4. He rushed with e4, and now he is paying the price. I think he simply missed. He was planning to play knight e4. He simply missed knight c5. It's a very easy miss, because probably his logic was, I'm going to play knight e6, so my opponent has to take on e4. I'm going to take on e4. You're going to play knight c5. I'm going to play bishop c2. These two bishops, I'm doing great, etc., etc., etc. Although, by the way, black is still okay here, but you can understand his logic. So he simply missed that this is not a requirement for black, that knight c5 makes all the difference. He didn't like this position, and that's why here he took with the bishop, and after knight c5, the problems still remain. If I would have to pick between learning the Semislav or Queen's Gambit Decline, what would I pick for 1500 player? Isn't it more or less the same? I mean, Queen's Gambit Decline is you don't take on c4. Semislav is a version of that. I don't know, any center-based openings are good. So answering the question to XNL on Twitch chat, just choose whatever you like more. All of us, we're different. We have different playing styles, different playing strength. Somebody likes Caracan, Levy likes Caracan. I like Sicilian. Somebody else is going to step in. No, French defense is great. There are people who like e4, e5. There are people who play the Owen defense. Whatever you like. There was a question a couple of times, maybe it was repeating on YouTube channel. Am I going to make videos for beginners? I don't think so. I already have decided that my channel is a bit more advanced. So I would like to focus on the things that I'm best, which is GM knowledge. Advanced tips and tricks. That's it. I believe there's so many great content creators out there on YouTube who are teaching how to deliver basic checkmate, how to give scholars mate, etc. I'm never going to do that. Now Levy is ahead on the clock, so Nikhil drops below 1 hour. Again, to remind you, the time control is 90 minutes for the entire game, plus 30 seconds per made move. But nothing else. How do I motivate Levy when he loses brutally? E-Touch is asking on Twitch. There was only one game like that. So I hope we are not going to get many of them. Sure, they will repeat. That's the game number 8 in Madrid, when Levy had decent chances to get the GM norm. He was like strategically winning, and he lost. It was brutal. It was heartbreaking. So, yeah, mainly I just try to cheer him up. You know, yeah, it's basically you can say whatever you want at this moment. This is a pain you simply have to get over. And I was trying to cheer him up. Everything still is good. I mean, life is good. Don't you worry about it. And of course, he understands all of it. But that's the pain you have to pass. But I still think it's very important when you are in such a heartbreaking moment. Any support is very important. Like, no matter how obvious it is very important. Every word is very important. So people are saying, keep up the good work, you fought well, etc. Okay, you're like, yeah, sure, I have pain, etc. But it is very important to hear. It is. Levy is playing the entire country of India while in Italy. I think there's more Indians here in Spilimbergo. So don't jinx it, please. Yeah. Nikhil has difficulties to come up with the move. I have no idea what to do. I mean, take on c5. Take on f5, my apologies. There's no good choices. Everything is bad. I think this is also a perfect moment for Nikhil to make a mistake. There's a very popular saying, mistakes come in pairs. So Nikhil made one. He didn't take on d5. He is doing worse. He does like his position. You get depressed. You make the second mistake. Standard. Dean Levon starts super late. Jojo Chess is asking on YouTube. He's top GM now. I love this comparison. Levon Aronian, one of the world's best players. He was the talent. I remember, I first saw Levon. You're probably gonna grab your heads. 1995. 29 years ago. One of my very first international open tournaments was a World Under 12 Rapid Championships, which was held in Disneyland in Paris. First World Championship for me ever. And I was playing under age group 12, and Levon, he was playing under 14. He won the tournament. He became the world champion. So obviously at that age, he was super talented. But then he slowed down, and he was never quite, a super talent. Like, obviously, he was a very strong player. And I believe at age 20, Levon was playing in Athens. We had World Junior Championships in Athens. This was year 2001, if I remember. I also played there. Actually, we even played some basketball together. I'm not sure if Levon remembers. I played badly. Levon won the tournament, became World Junior Champion. I think it was 2001. And after that, or maybe before that, he announced that he is going to fight for the elite. And he was only 26 conquered at the time. Only. So he was age 20, only 26 conquered. And many people didn't believe him. Yeah, sure, you're going to fight. And guess what? He did it. So he had the proper motivation. He was working like crazy. And he did it. But none of the success comes out of the blue air. It's like, I really want to become a super GM. Why I'm not becoming a super GM? Well, the answer is you're not working like 10 hours a day. That's why. So, those who work hard are rewarded. Levy's working hard. Okay, I'm not saying that he's going to become a super GM, but you get the analogy. I think Levy could easily peak 2550. He would get the GM title, nothing but prove to play for fun, get 2550, and that's it. So, until age 33 or so, I believe most players are improving. and then you start to decline. There's always exceptions. Somebody could jump in and say, listen, what about Korchnoi? Yeah, Korchnoi beat Fabi Caruana at age, whatever was it, 80 or so? Yeah. There's always exceptions. He is a 3-year-old, too early to teach your daughter to play. No, sorry, too old. Sorry. I was wondering, what's the question? 3-year-old is too old. No, too early. I don't know. All of us, we have. Chess can be learned at any time. So 3 years? Wow, very early. If she likes it, why not? I think it's very important to ask the opinion of the kid. What do you want to do? And support it. All right. Now the pace is much slower. This happens very often after the opening. Let me select some funny question. All of the questions are very well thought of, very serious ones. What is my favorite and least favorite color? Maybe blue. Dark blue is favorite. Least favorite, pink. I hate pink. What else? Do I miss playing in tournaments? No. I have played my fair share of tournaments. I do not. I like playing in leagues. Tournaments, not so much. Leagues, I mean by weekends. You travel somewhere, you fly somewhere, direct flight. I play a couple of games, you go back. Perfect for me. Um, Let me see. Do I believe that it is a mistake to dedicate your entire life to a career in chess? What kind of question is that? I mean, you do what you like the most. The question is anybody really seriously planning when you start to play chess? Am I gonna become a chess professional? No. Do you think I was planning I'm gonna become a chess professional when I started to play chess at age 9? No. I just love the game. I love the setting. I love the chance to compete with my classmates. That's it. Then at some point later, you become really competitive. You show some talent. You work pretty hard. And you get ideas, okay, it would be really fun to become a professional. But even I dropped it pretty quickly. And I only returned to competitive chess at 27. Now I'm probably going to do it for life. But no regrets. I love what I'm doing. And I think also Levy is very happy. He's very happy about because this is your dream job. You are making a living out of your hobby. You're doing what you like the most. Perfect. How do you train the mindset of a chess player? Milot is asking on Twitch. Train the mindset. I have no specific methodology. I simply use my experience of similar examples. I tell stories of some other players, uh, explain good examples, bad examples, and hope that is going to help. Not very scientifically approved, basically based on real life experience. Actually, brings the question, are there any books on chess psychology? Probably they are. I would love to read. Maybe I would get some extra ideas. But anyway, it seems that whatever we are doing with Levy, it's working. So psychologically, he's improving. By the way, previous round against the young Italian player, Levy was psychologically stressed, and 2 years ago, he would collapse probably in that position. Now, today, not only he did not collapse, he recovered and won the game. So mentally, Levy is much stronger than before. So apparently, we are doing something right. All right, well, Levy is thinking, I'm going to make a very short break. I'll be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere. The game still continues. Okay, what did I miss? Bishop takes on f5. He takes an f5 is an easy move. Now the question is what Nikhil has prepared against knight e3 threat. We are going to see. So Levy's idea, it's very simple. I mean, knight a3, bishop c5, queen b6, maybe in some lines put the knight on e6, then play bishop c5. This is one of those moments when Nikhil would love to invent move. Can I go back? Put the pawn on c2, c4, c2. Protect the pawn, protect the square on d3. Protect the pawn on b3. And then put the knight on c4. That would be great, right? Yeah, you're gonna do that. Hiki is asking on YouTube, isn't the pawn structure bad? You mean the double pawns? Thank you for bringing up this question, because I would like to explain you what is this so-called, okay, maybe it's not a very nice comparison. Like, I sometimes like to compare things in chess with the Maslow's pyramid. Like, what at the very top of the pyramid What's the very bottom? So at the very top, in chess, initiative, space advantage, center. So those are the things that are really important. Initiative, mostly initiative, that are the most important things. At the very bottom, at the very, very, very bottom, what do you think is there? Weak pawns. Believe me, they're not really that important. Weak pawns, isolated pawns, double pawns, triple pawns. You cannot put the health of the pawn structure higher on the hierarchy list than initiative, than center, than, what did I say? Space advantage. Understanding this is part of the process of becoming a better player. Mikhailo says Hikaru does not study chess, but he's still the second best player in the world. I disagree with you, Mikhailo. I think that Hikaru studies very hard on chess. Maybe he makes the impression that success comes easily to him. Maybe there are moments when he quite does work so much as he did before. But I'm pretty positive that Hikaru is one of the hardest working players in the world when it comes to chess. You don't get to the very top accidentally by pure talent. Those times are long gone. Is Levy happy with the opening? Hexet is asking on Twitch. Yes, he is. He knows he's much better. He knows. He doesn't need the evaluation bar. My advice usually to Levy in such positions is, do not think how you're going to win the position. Just make the good moves. Don't think too much further. One move at a time and see what happens. If you're going to start to think here, how am I going to win this position? You're going to burn a lot of time. Duper is asking on YouTube how much ELO Levy has lost with the draws. I think currently Levy has -2 points or 1 point, which means nothing. So he's playing approximately his level. With this victory, if he is going to win, he should be about equal, maybe +1 or so. What's my favorite fruit? Banana? Very easy to digest. All right. Oh my goodness. I just realized some of the colors on the screen are pink. Yeah, you just picked up my color preferences. To be honest, I hadn't even paid attention. There's not so much pink. But if there would be, for example, a big pink wall, I wouldn't like it. I would probably not wear a pink shirt. Unless it's really cool. Bishop c3 is the response. So here the Indian player is combating the knight e3 idea, which obviously raises the question, why not knight e3 anyway? So most likely Nikhil is going to play something like rook e2 and bishop c5. Whoa, what did I miss? Ah, maybe knight f3, rook d2. I managed to trap the knight. And this is not so great. Yeah, this is really bad. In general, two minor pieces for the rook are they're stronger than the rook. These pieces are stronger than the rook. Okay. So I'm pretty sure knight e3 has to happen. Rook e2. And how about b5 here? I want to bother the bishop. Oh wait, again I'm missing probably the same idea. Wait. Just a second. And if I play b5 immediately, I try to change the order of the moves. Like, I want to play knight a3, b4. Is this a thing? Like, this could be a threat in some lines. Takes, takes. After rook e2, there's no knight d3. Maybe there's no need. Maybe just something positional, like, I'm not entirely sure, like queen d5, applying some pressure, rook d8. By the way, with the trade, black would get access to the d5 square, and then double the rooks. b4 would form a weakness. I like this move, by the way. I like b5. Maybe there's something like queen d. No, it just makes no sense. Queen d3, rook e3, and what do you do? I don't like queen d3. Maybe there's a different follow-up after knight e3, rook e2. This is an idea to watch out. Knight f3, rook d2. I think b5 looks good. Maybe there's some slower move. Maybe there's actually something like queen d7. Yeah. Just play queen d7, rook d8. I like this move. Nice and simple. Yeah, b5 maybe is a bit rushed. Just play queen d7. I like it even more. How common is the nicotine use at high-level chess? You mean the smokers? I don't have numbers, but pretty common. I believe that many tournaments, there's even some special smoking areas. Like in World Chess Olympia, there's usually some rooms for smokers. Obviously, you could leave the playing venue, but since there are people who cannot live for like 10 minutes without having a cigarette, for them there's a special room. I don't support it, I mean smoking, but I understand it. All right, what else? By the way, thank you for a lot of interesting questions. 96. Why? I don't like this. Why would Levy retreat with the knight? I mean, okay, it's a nice square for the knight. But is there any need to do it? You know why I'm telling you this? It's like purely at intuitive level. Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe there's nothing wrong with 96. I quite strictly follow one of the rules. And the rules are, if you have a great piece close to the center and nobody is bothering it, let it stay there. So that's why this knight e6, I don't like it because I like the knight on c5. It's a great knight, you know. You are eyeballing the d3 square. You're bothering the pawn on b3. The knight is standing great. It might be even standing better on d3, as Gary Kasparov once would say. Any knight on d3 is worth a rook. It's worth a rook, yeah? So if you cannot move the knight, let it stay there for the moment. The bishop on e7 stays for the moment. What you can always do, you can always improve your pieces. Which piece is not working for you? The queen and the rooks. It's all about the formulation. You formulate what needs to be done. So sometimes it's like you're asking yourself, what can I do? Which rule applies to this position? Yeah, this move is not accurate. There's no more pressure on the pawn on b3. There's no more pressure on the square on d3. So most likely Nikhil is going to play knight f3. And I assume Levy's idea is to trade the queens because the rook on a1 is stuck defending the pawn on a3. But is this something special? Just take. Rook d8, by the way, your own pawn on a5 is dropping. I don't like this. How much time did Levy spend? I can't tell. I think it was less than 5 minutes. This is actually a larger topic. We had to talk with Levy. He's aware of the problem. The problem is that sometimes Levy makes some decisions too quickly, and some of the choices he executes too slowly. And it could have been the other way around. Like the easier moves, I think you should be playing lighter. And some of the critical choices, you should be spending more time. There are moments when Levy quite doesn't yet feel. He doesn't feel those moments. I mean, when should I spend a bit more time? Is this now? Or is this a bit later? Yeah, it's a very challenging topic. So we are definitely going to work on that. I mean, by the way, Levy's position is still great. I just was saying is that I don't think he should have removed the knight from c5. It was standing great. And I'm pretty sure that here Nikhil is going to play knight f3. Probably he's surprised slightly that Levy decided to remove the knight. Now he plays queen c2. Hitting the pawn, by the way. Which, by the way, was not possible here. If Levy had played queen d7, queen c2, this is not a thing. I mean, you could always play something like rook d8, rook d1, maybe, I'm not sure, maybe now play queen d3? With the idea to aim for this position where white's position is falling apart, and if white goes somewhere here, then maybe there's no good retreat moves by the knight. By the way, there is knight e4, but you can always take on d1. So this could be pretty dangerous for white. Maybe some knight e4. Yeah, I see Engine doesn't like it, but my idea was to take on d1. Queen c2, g6 is played by Levy. Yeah, this knight on e6 is really great. Normally. Levy still keeps a slightly better position. So I think Nikhil here is going to play knight of 3. I mean, you got to improve your pieces. So the question is what Levy plans to do after that. Maybe play queen b6? Could it be? Queen b6, rook d1, and bishop c5. Yeah, but it feels a bit static. I mean, I quite do not see how to get to the weaknesses for white. Meaning the weakness on b3. That's why the knight on c5 was doing such a good job. All right, we're going to see. Minor missed opportunity for Levy. But he's ahead on the clock. By the way, I think that sometimes Levy is influenced by the clock. Maybe a bit too much. Especially when he's ahead on the clock, he feels he has a pleasant position. He's tempted to play faster, to apply pressure. And sometimes he makes inaccuracies. So it's a very tricky subject to talk about. In theory, he knows all of this, but every single example is different. So what I was working with Levy quite a bit is I would pay a lot of attention on his abilities to formulate things that need to be done. I was like showing him positions. We were going through some of the game analysis, and I was like saying, formulate the small things that need to be done. And which rule applies? What do you think you should do here? Attack or improve your pieces, etc. This is something we can do quite a lot. Those small details, as they say, the devil is in the details. This is very often the difference between IM and GM. Knight of 3 is on the board. I don't think that Levy has here any real advantage anymore. Maybe visually, but this knight a6 was quite a miss. All right, let's see what you're saying there. Do I have any thoughts on the Benoni defense? Is it worth learning? It's fun, I suppose. Queen b6 is on the board. But again, the question would be, at what level you are playing the Benoni defense? You are playing at the GM level? Or let's say you're playing the club level. You're playing at the club level, I'm going to say, perfect, do it. It's fun, it's dynamic, study chessable courses, and you're going to be equipped with very sharp defense. You're going to be playing this at the GM level when people are preparing against you. You're going to be most likely toast. So, again, what kind of application there's going to be? I mean, it's fun opening, like many other the semi-correct defenses like Benko Gambit, great Gambit, I like it. But again, it works at a competitive level only until a certain moment. And then it just stops working. People are just too good. And if engines say, for example, a particular opening gives you like +1, you can believe it. Bishop d2 is played, hitting the pawn on h6 and try to play bishop e3. Makes sense, the bishop on c3 is doing nothing. I suppose king g7 or king h7. I mean, by now Levy should feel that he missed something because he was having this position, remember? He was having this great position. He was feeling like something is there. And now after a couple of moves later, here, another tempi gone. He had to spend tempi for f5 protection. He had to spend tempi to protect the pawn on h6. He's going to play bishop e3. There's going to be trade. How much exactly does Levy have here? Not a lot. But again, it's important, never look back. Never look back. Always go forward. Yeah, by the way, speaking about going back, somebody made this joke about Hikaru Nakamura years ago. I don't even remember who it was and what was the occasion. But the joke was, speaking about this knight c5, knight e6, Hikaru never goes back. He always goes forward, always goes forward. Even when you think he's going back, he's always going forward. I mean, with the pieces, literally. I like it, you know. It's somehow stuck in the memory. Maybe it's not true. But there's some logic. If you have a choice to go back or go forward, go forward. Bishop e3 will be played. So we can expect this move shortly. $33 for white, 52 for Levy. Nice 20-minute advantage. We're going to see. Wolf Metal is writing on YouTube, maybe he's doing the Nepo thing of pressing the clock. Yeah, I don't argue. There's definitely the pros of playing quickly. But basically you need to be a Nepo to do it correctly. Everybody else is gonna rush. And speaking about the Nepo, I mean, he's not always also a very perfect example. Because even Nepo rushes. I mean, obviously, he is a super genius. I mean, insane talent. One of the best players in the world. But if you would follow his games, especially the World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren, he would also suffer the same problem. From time to time, rush at the wrong moments. It's easy to say, but it's very difficult to fix. I think Levy in general is spending way more time. For example, if we compare him to Nepo. Nepo is one of the fastest players. But if I would have to pick one player who was quite known for playing quickly, making decisions super fast, and not making big mistakes, I think I would name Vishy Anand. Anand was one of the fastest players, like ever. He would never think. Amazing mind. All right. Yeah. Now bishop c5's got to be the move or go back. Yeah, but then again, why did you play queen b6? I think Levy missed this maneuver. Maybe a tiny advantage for him still. Not a lot. So I would say bishop c5. Take it. Queen c5. Maybe White's going to play something like queen c3. Trying to cover some weaknesses. Levy could play maybe b5. There's no c takes. The queen is hanging. And let's say king g2. I don't know. And b4. Takes. Put the rook on a3 something. Maybe put in the knight on c5, apply pressure against the pawn on b3. So he's slightly better because the better knight. The knight at a3 is pretty ridiculous. It's not going anywhere. The knight on e6 is doing something. So I think he has to do this. Bishop c5, takes it, queen c5, and try to generate some pawn targets at the queen side. Do I watch Levy's recaps to understand his thinking? Is asked by Captain Napalm. It's basically my job. I have to watch. Of course, I watch every single video when it comes to the GM series. Every single one of them. Even when I was in Switzerland earlier last month, I was doing commentary for Bilges Festival, and Levy was playing in New York. Between the commentaries, I would always find time to follow Levy, give him as much advice as we could. We scheduled, by the way, a couple of lessons from Switzerland. This is the first time Levy is better on the clock. Melik says on YouTube. Well spotted. That is correct. I'm a bit surprised that Levy's thinking here. I mean, what else? Does he really think about knight c5? No, it just makes no sense here. Pinning yourself the knight. Could it be? No, I don't like it. Rook b1, b4, why create problems where you don't need them? Queen c7, basically you acknowledge you made a mistake. Maybe not the worst thing to do, but there's nothing else than bishop c5. I mean, Levy, you need to make those decisions. Now, these are the moments where Levy starts to burn time. I think. He's like too much regretting the choices that he has done before. He clearly missed bishop d2, bishop e3. And now he's like, why did I do this? I mean, bishop c5, it's quite equalish, etc. And just like that, 10 minutes pass. This is something he definitely can improve. There's no need to burn time here. Focus on what's present. What's done is done. By the way, in one of the videos, I don't remember which one, Levy said that obviously psychology in chess plays a huge part, and there's some debate. What exactly is the approximate number, the percentage? Some people say it's 30% overall. Psychology is that important. I believe Judith Polgar once said 40%. Levy even said 70%. 70% psychology for him. I think he's a bit unhappy here. All right. Okay, listen. I'm gonna be back very shortly. Levy is pondering about his choice to play bishop c5. We are not gonna miss anything. Be back in 1 minute. He still hasn't made a move. So I believe it's been about 10 minutes here, maybe more, for a very simple move. Is there something else he's considering? Queen a6 with the idea to play b5? I quite don't understand. Does Levy treat the bishop on e3 as a bad bishop? And that's why he doesn't want to trade it? I quite do not understand. Okay, we'll see. Ultimately, I think he has to do it. Let me see if I can select another question. Still no move. Do I still play competitively or I'm retired? There's a question on YouTube. I'm very close to being retired. I still play, but not a lot. I just enjoy doing some other things a bit more now. I mean, those professionals who are coaching, you're probably gonna agree. Okay, until a certain moment, it's very exciting about yourself. Like how far I'm gonna get. I'm gonna win this tournament, that am I gonna get in top 100 in the world? Am I gonna beat somebody from the world elite? It's very interesting. So you're always like very much motivated. And then at some point you realize you cannot jump higher than whatever is your level. And then you start coaching and you realize that when your students succeed, it's a great pride. You're very happy. You're like so happy as you had won the thing yourself. This is how I feel. So when Levy plays really well, I mean, I feel fantastic. Yeah, so that's why my priorities now are a bit different. I don't focus so much playing myself. So I coach. Levy, you gotta make a move. Stop blaming yourself. You gotta make a move already. Maybe he's just tired. Yeah, I cannot get in the head of Levy right now. He's either tired or unhappy that he allowed his opponent to escape. He's definitely regretting 96. Again, focus on what's present. When is Levy going to play GMs? Ahmed is asking on YouTube. When he's going to win a couple of more games. Maybe up to this one. So if Levy would win this game, he might get the very, very first GM in Italy. He might. But obviously there's still a long way to go. He's not winning. Not even close. Just a lot better. How much time do we spend a week coaching Levy? If we would have... What? If we would have a lot of time, it would be 3 times a week. Queen A6. Why? Why did they play Queen A6? That is such a strange move. I mean, I kind of suggested it with the idea to play B5 and whatnot, but is it really such a good idea to ignore the bishop on E3? Very strange decision. So let's say if I play knight E4, is Levy really planning to play knight C5? No, it makes no sense. Maybe rook D8. Maybe this is what he wants. But what about it? I mean, I'm just going to play something like rook D1. Levy is going to play B5. I mean, he is fighting for no advantage here. Very strange. Just a second. I try to understand this move. Also, there's queen d2. How do you defend the pawn on h6? Maybe sacrifice the pawn. Rook d8. Bishop h6, king h7. Queen c1. I don't know, some rook d3 idea. It's so weird. Yeah, that is a mystery to me. What was the reason why he was so unhappy about bishop c5? I mean, this is a good bishop. It's not a bad bishop. It's a good bishop. I think that somewhere deep the meta level, Levy doesn't want to trade the bishop because it hits the pawn on a3. Like, maybe he's thinking, if I'm going to trade the bishops, the pawn on a3 no longer is attacked, and white can play rook d1. And that's why he's willing to play queen a6, imprison the queen on a6 on the edge of the board, to keep the pawn on a3 as a target. Sounds weird. All right, it is what it is. I think Nikhil is going to play something like knight e4. Queen e2, queen c1 are moves as well. Bother here, black. But knight e4 makes perfect sense. And how do I come up with this? Because you always ask what I can do to improve my position. So you can improve your position by giving the better squares for your pieces. The knight on f3 doesn't do much, so you improve it. Where you can improve it, you put it on d4. The knight on a6 is a strong piece. By the way, this is something where you can always become better players. When you don't know what to do, you either improve your pieces or you trade off the best pieces of your opponent. The knight on e6 is pretty annoying. So knight e4 makes quite a bit sense. Trade it off. So maybe Levy is going to go here. And his idea is that if there's a trade, like takes, the pressure on the pawn on a3 remains. I just don't think it's even that important. Like, I could just ignore it and play rook d1. What about it? It's not like you're going to take on d1. There's some problems. And I'm quite worried about the queen on a6 being out of the game. So I think that this queen a6 move was basically a frustration move. Okay. h4. I suppose Nikhil wants to target the pawn. If he is going to play something like queen e2, queen c1, he's concerned about g5. Is he now? Probably. That's why he plays h4. So that the g5 square is contested. So I guess now you play b5. Otherwise, the queen on a6 is so much away from the game. Or what else do you? Or maybe you play rook d8 to control the d4 square. And if white plays rook d1, you can take it. Now this rook d1 it costs the pawn on a3, which, by the way, can be sacrificed. I'm pretty positive. Like rook d7, like you play rook d8. I'm definitely going to find some tricks. Like takes, bishop h6, check, queen d2 check here. This is a bad bishop on a3. The king is exposed. Remember Maslow's pyramid? Or maybe it's not Maslow's pyramid. What's at the very top? Do you remember what it was? Initiative. White has it. Black does not. So yeah, maybe rook d8 and just see what happens. It also would dodge any bishop h6 threats to win the exchange in a fate. Unless Nikhil is planning to play h5. I don't think there's any real prospect of starting a successful king set attack. So rook d8. Or maybe rook a d8. I'm not really sure which is better. Could be rook a d8 as well. Yeah, I mean, this rook in a8 is not doing anything. Just put it here. And the other rook can always protect the pawn on h6 with rook h8. So white could play rook d1. The pawn on a3 most likely is not under attack. I mean, I could try it, by the way. Takes, takes. Now with the rook on f8, maybe it's different. Rook d7. White has a great compensation here. Queen d2 to dominate knight d4. This extra pawn doesn't feel much. So maybe here after something like rook d8, white still needs to make the brave choice to play rook d1 and re-enable the knight d4 idea. Maybe it's time to bring the queen back in the game and play something like b5. And then again, threaten at some point to take the pawn. I'm pretty sure that white's going to play knight e4. Very center-based chess. This pawn at a3 should be given up. We're going to see. All right, let me select another question from the chat. By the way, I kind of started to say this, but there was a surprising sequence of moves, and I kind of lost my thought. Thank you to all of you for being very interesting community to talk with this round. A lot of very interesting questions. And I see a lot of true supporters for Levy. This means a lot. Thank you. So at the moment we have like 4,000 on Twitch and 11,000 on YouTube, Levy's channel. By the way, also a shout out to all the viewers who are watching it on my channel. I know I have slightly deserted you. Sorry, guys. But I already have to follow 2 chats. It's a bit difficult. And it's like scrolling very quickly. Forward. Very challenging. H5. All right. Yeah, I mean, I quite don't understand why both of the players are neglecting knight e4. What is so bad about this move? Also, Levy is not playing here rook d8 to stop knight e4. And Nikhil is not playing knight e4, he's playing h4. So Levy kind of stops h5. He plays h5 himself. I mean, it's not a bad move per se, because he's fixing on the pawns on the color of the bishop. But he's also weakening the king, and knight e4 again is incoming. How is this great for Levy? Like, again, rook d8, knight e6. Don't you want the pawn on h6 here to guard the g5 square? Or he has a different idea. Maybe I'm just not picking up what he wants, like knight e4, knight c5? It just asks for some trouble here. Like takes and takes. By the way, the bar just confirmed it. The queen on a6 is so disconnected. Look at this. Black's army is somewhere far in the east, while the action is clearly here in the west. So it just spells trouble. Like e6, bishop d4, queen h5. I hope it never happens, but knight e4 is such an easy move. So again, a big psychological battle for Levy. Big struggle. It started so well. Let's see what Nikhil is going to do. What? c5? Okay. So Nikhil wants to shut the queen from the game, but it's a very responsible move again. I mean, look at what Nikhil is doing. You know, I'm looking at this position. It's like deja vu from the previous round, the endgame, where Maldonado Gonzalez, the young kid from Italy, he was also in an endgame, putting all the pawns on the color of his bishop. I mean, I get the idea. The position is very concrete. So Nikhil here is attempting to shut off the queen for black from the game so that it can never easily join it back. So you would have to go the scenic route. And he also protects the pawn on a3. I mean, I get it. But it also comes at the expense of this bishop. This bishop is becoming really bad bishop. Any endgame, black is almost always worse. So now finally maybe Levy has to play rook d8, threat on queen d3, threat of queens, and then rock and roll using the d file. So I suppose Nikhil is going to play rook d1. And again, knight e4 is incoming somewhere. But Nikhil already has rejected it a couple of times. I'm not even sure he wants it. So okay, let me play something like rook d5. Rook d5, c takes on d5. And now this knight e4 is no longer so obvious. Yeah, I mean, I can just snatch the pawn. Thank you for the pawn on c5. So if you want to sacrifice on f5, is this the same? I highly doubt it. There might be some defenses here. Bring the queen on g6. Rook d8. Finally, Levy plays very quickly. This is a threat. He stops knight e4. And white gotta play rook d1. Rook d1 is on the board. Okay. Now, rook d5 looks pretty logical. But also trading the rooks. And rook d8 seems to be reasonable. But is this a place where Nikhil could attempt to replicate a legendary Iron Tigran Petrosian and give an exchange sacrifice on d6? It sure looks tempting. With the idea that takes. Queen c3, queen f6, knight g5. Look at the queen. It's so far away from action. If it was here, Levy would be doing great, but it's not there. It needs to go the long route around. So I don't think that actually this is so great. Like takes, rook d8, rook d6, and this rook cannot be, sent home. It's like a guest that comes at your home and he doesn't want to leave. No, I mean, it doesn't matter how polite you are. So, I don't know. I suppose rook d5 is the only idea here. Otherwise, Nikhil is going to install a rook on d6. And it's going to stay there. And there's going to be no way for Levy to uninstall this rook from d6. So best play rook d5 before you can. All right. No, I mean, actually, I see what you're saying there. That you're saying that the h5 is a bad move. I don't think that the h5 is a bad move. It's just queen a6 was a bad move. Voluntarily putting the queen away from the action was a bad move. So Levy, for some reason, didn't like bishop c5. I think it was based on his assumption that the bishop on e3 is a bad bishop, or that the pressure on the pawn on a3 is pretty serious. I think it's wrong. So he was willing to misplace his queen, but also Nickel thought the same way. He thought that maybe the pawn on a3 can be protected by the pawn on c5, and by doing this, he's also shutting off the black queen from the game. All right. We'll see. Why not c5? Peter Skoglund is asking me on YouTube. I suppose c5 already was played. I don't see any other moment when any other player could have played c5. For black, c5 made no sense. Give up the d5 square. If black is ever going to play a4, there's going to be b4. And this queen remains stuck. If you put the knight on d5, you leave the e pawn unattended. You also leave the g5 square unattended. But okay. Let's see how long Levy is going to take here. He has lost his time advantage. He's down at 27 7 minutes. I think he's just tired, mainly. You know, it's not easy to play 2 games a day. You think it's easy? Try to travel yourself 6 time zones. Play 2 games a day. In the evenings, write content. Give autographs to fans. I think he also had some business meetings. You prepare for the games. You play one day, 8-9 hours of chess. You sleep for 5 hours. Then you come back next day, play more games, and you repeat the cycle like for a week. I think it's easy? It's not easy. Levy's fighting like a lion. It's just sometimes he makes some of these choices that I think he could have done differently. All right, rook d5 is great move. Great move by Levy. I think he probably recognized the idea of rook d6. Nice move. So he's mainly stopping rook d6 from happening. He wants to double the rooks. I like it. So takes, most likely this is going to happen. 94 now drops the pawn on c5, so most likely rook d1, rook d8, maybe some b4 to solidify the pawn so that finally white can play knight e4. Takes. And I don't know. What could be the logical move here? I don't know. Some queen b5, but queen b5, queen c3, knight e4 looks very strong. This is a weakness in the long run. Maybe place somewhere here, queen a3, bother the pawn. Yeah, something like that. So it could be rook d5, c takes on d5, rook d1, rook d8, knight e4, unless knight c5 somehow doesn't work. I think white cannot play knight e4. So for that, he needs to play b4. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But takes, and queen a3 bother these pawns. b5 drops the pawn on c5. I could easily imagine the game continuing this way. All right. Dear viewers, what do you think? How the game is going to continue? Is Levy going to win? I mean, it's been a bit up and down. There was a moment clearly in this game was Levy was very unhappy. But it seems he has finally recovered. And do you think he's going to win? I sure hope that he's going to win. I mean, if you look at this without a lot of emotions, what exactly did happen? So Levy got a nice position in the opening. Let me go back. Yeah, so about here. Levy got a perfect position after the opening. Very nice. So he made a minor inaccuracy by playing knight e6. I think the mistake he did here was by not formulating that the knight on c5 is great and which pieces can be improved. For example, the queen. So you play queen d7, rook d8 and see what happens. And toy with the ideas of knight e3 and keep the pawn on b3 in check. So I think it made perfect sense. So he missed this moment. On top of that, he was missing a couple of responses for white. Queen c2, target the pawn. Knight f3, queen b6, bishop d2, target the pawn. At about here, he was very unhappy. So he spent here like 15 minutes probably realizing his advantage is gone. Actually, again, it was still there. The position was still okay. Just play bishop c5, keep the pressure here, play against the knight on f3. Knight on f3 is pretty ridiculous. And I think this is still something where Levy can clearly improve, that he makes objectively the best choices by not looking what happened in the past moves, and yet he played queen a6, which is a real mistake. So h4, h5, okay, these are like missed opportunities, and I was quite not sure why Nikhil is not playing knight e4 and why Levy is not stopping it. There's probably a very good reason. It could be based on miscalculation or something. I'm not entirely sure. But the only real mistake was queen a6. And c5 kind of makes sense because Nikhil is limiting the bishop and trying to shut the queen away from the game. But again, I think it's sort of based on maybe misunderstanding Maybe I'm just wrong again, because he was thinking he's going to get the rook on d6. Maybe he thought from afar that rook d5 is not that a great move. And once you get the rook on d5 on the board, things look different. I can guarantee you it's very often like this. You plan things, you calculate things, you make your decision, then it happens on the board, and you're like, wait, what I'm doing? Yeah, I can totally guarantee you so many players do it exactly like this. So it's very easy to lose the big picture. You're focused on the big picture. Sometimes, like, narrow too much on small things that you lose the big picture. I believe this is what shortly happened to Levy, but he's recovering. By the way, rook d5 is on the board. By the way, I see you guys are saying rook d6, exchange sacrifice. This is because of Levy. No, rook d6, if you know something about chess history, there was one former world champion, Tigran Petrosian, legendary defensive player from Armenia. He was the one who basically played quite a few very instructive games that involved positional exchange sacrifices. You can read about it in Garry Kasparov's series of books. He titled them My Great Predecessors. I hope I pronounced it correctly. I always struggle with the name. I think it was one of the first books. And Kasparov did a fantastic job about talking about some of the most important contributions for the greats. You gotta respect the history, the players who contributed to the development of chess. Could you believe it? It was not always about Magnus Carlsen or Hikaru Nakamura. Obviously, there were other great players in the past, like Fischer. Before Fischer, there were players like Botvinnik. Before Botvinnik, there was Alekhine. Before Alekhine, there was Stanitz. Before Stanitz, there was Morphy. Before Morphy, there was other people. So there's a very rich history of huge minds that brought something on the table and developed chess, allowing us to understand it, the ancient game, a bit better and better and better. So Kasparov wrote these books, and they're really great. I think it's like a must-read for everyone, so that, every chess fan, basically, so that you are on the same page. You know some of the greatest names in the history of chess. By the way, and all the greatest players, like Carlsen, like Hikaru Nakamura, obviously, they have studied the classics. We call them the classics. Those are the guys who made chess great. Wait. Is this pawn on c5 not under attack in some lines? Do I have some queen c6 ideas here? I definitely have ideas here subtly, like queen c6, d4, exploit the pin. Can I win the pawn? Can I play queen c6? Finally, White's going to play knight e4. I cannot take on c5. I'm losing the queen. Okay, this is pretty obvious. If I take on d4, yeah, this king is exposed. d6 is incoming. Doesn't look really great. I don't like this. I like the knight on e6. So queen c6, queen b5 is knight e4. Sorry. If I play rook c8, The pawn on d5 is dropping. Maybe, by the way, it's still okay. Like, I could take on c5 and play some sort of a b6 or queen c6. I'm not sure. Maybe now. Okay, the engine doesn't like it for whatever reason. I suppose the rook just goes back, or I don't know, queen d1 something. Knight c5. Yeah, I suppose white is just better. Knight g5, queen d4, or something. So, but it is an idea. Like maybe even bishop c5 immediately. Bishop c5, rook c1, rook d5. Pinning the bishop. Maybe b6? I don't have any illusions that black could be better here. So I would be quite cautious considering this. There's a couple of moves that I have to make sure they don't work, like knight g5. Am I just not going to lose immediately? Probably some ridiculous queen b7, pinning the rook. Knight e6, f takes, rook is gone. Rook c5. Yeah, white loses the rook. Okay, I found a way to lose for white. So bishop c5, rook c8, rook d5, b6. With some queen b7 ideas, collect the bishop. Let's say b4. Takes. Keep the pawn alive so that I have some chances. I'm not sure. I mean, all I'm seeing is I'm down a pawn. Like queen b5 something. Collect the pawn, but it's just equal. Maybe this is the best Levy can do, but I'm not so convinced, by the way. Maybe there's something better. Bishop c5, rook c8, the rook c8, bishop c5, b6 is an idea. This quite doesn't work. You know, one of the things I have talked quite a bit with Levy is the so-called backwards thinking. I would say to him, when you don't know what to do, try to picture your opponent in your mind. And try to imagine what you would play if you were playing with white. This, by the way, maybe is going to help Levy a bit. But I mean, still, you need to come up with a move. I could, of course, randomly play king g8. But I quite do not see how this move helps me. I mean, what it does. I just wasted time in a semi-open position. So, I think every single move I think Levy wants to make is some sort of improvement. Exactly like King of Fate. Maybe same idea. Okay, I quite didn't expect it. But I kind of like it. Just as I started to formulate the idea that maybe Levy could use the backwards thinking, maybe this is what he is doing. So he decided not to rush. Knight e4 is knight c5. b4 creates some counterplay. Could be. All right. Let's see what you're saying there. Sorry, guys. I mean, I lost you there for a moment. Let's just Trying to understand. I like this King of 8 move, keeping the tension. By the way, I love the advice that Hikaru was giving yesterday in the recap about playing 2200 level guys, is that avoid forcing matters. Try to create situations when your opponent is not sure where to go. It's like he has 5 directions to take, and there's no sign on it, on any of them, which is what? So he's guessing every single time. So the better the player, the better guesser, basically. That's why sometimes it's a good idea, it's a smart idea, to keep the tension and at the same time don't play slow, don't play bad moves, and don't blunder stuff. Do you think it's easy? No. Well, it's not easy. But I support King of Fate. So Levy's getting ready for the endgame, getting the king on e8. Knight e4 is knight c5. And here Nikhil again has to calculate all kinds of things. Is he finally going to play knight e4? What about knight c5? After knight c5, what happens after knight f5? So with the idea, bishop takes on c5 is there. By the way, g takes bishop c5, there's no rook c8. That's a check. Right? But again, what happens if black goes back? So you take on e7, king on e7. Now what? d4 is a threat. Maybe queen c6, trade the queens. Bishop g5. Maybe. Takes, and whatever. Queen c6 or something. I'm not sure. So you can easily also understand Nikhil, he's not sure. And by the way, queen c3 was played. It's a normal move, just in case, protect everything. Maybe think about b4. Perhaps stop queen a3 in this line. The board is a bit behind. Yeah, maybe I have to refresh the video feed. Yeah, sometimes it gets a bit behind. There you go. I love the quote. Yeah, I remember this. Bagheera Mighty. Now you're talking about the legendary players. But Winnick once said, if Mikhail Tal sacrifices against you, you take it and then calculate. And exactly in this order. If Botvinnik sacrifices against you, you calculate and then take. If a positional player like Petrosian sacrifices against you, you just resign. I love this quote. Thank you. That's a great quote. I think it comes straight from the book, doesn't it? Yeah, I kind of remember. Oh, it is full with many nice insights. By the way, queen c6 is still 94. I think I saw a couple of times, will I be playing in the World Chess Olympiad? I will be. I'll be playing top board team Latvia. So far, it's pretty level. Maybe king e8. If you say A, say B. I would play king e8, to be honest. The way Levy has been playing this, keeping tension, I think it makes sense to keep it like that. I mean, knight e4 is still knight c5. b4, maybe there's this opportunity, takes, oh, sorry, takes, and yeah, there's no queen h3 anymore. I was kind of hoping I'm going to have somewhere queen c4, but takes, rook c1. Black is asked a lot of questions. I mean, okay, maybe you can sacrifice the pawn for some compensation, like rook d3, rook c4, rook b3, get a king on b5, but, you know, I usually joke about those moments. It's so easy to suggest it as a commentator, but I would never play it myself. Levy still has to make a choice. I think he sees that b4 is incoming. Maybe there's d4? Is there d4 here? I just noticed there's a pin. No, apparently not. Knight e4, knight c5. So I was kind of hoping that there's something here, but probably there's nothing. Not sure what. Maybe some e6 and getting the queen on h8. Like f takes and... Oh, there's a victory somewhere, like knight f5. And if you take the rook on d1, check here, queen... queen e7. And if you don't take it, you play something like take it, queen check here, rook d8 here, takes, and I missed something. But okay, I mean, I obviously would have to spend a bit more time. So d4 kind of makes sense. Levy plays it and Engine marks it as a mistake. Oh. Knight d4. Oh. Uh-oh. What about e6? Levy, what about e6 here? I kind of jokingly showed the line, but this looks very scary. I see the queen getting on h8. I mean, okay, maybe you just play f6, but... Oh, I'm not so sure about this at all. So knight e6 here. Check, you lose the piece. And if you take on e6, there's knight f5. I'm a bit concerned here about Levy. And Nikhil plays something else. Bishop g5. Okay. So his idea is that after bishop g5, there's going to be queen c5 check, most likely. And now after bishop e7, I'm thinking of some knight e6. Is this working even? So the idea is to give a check, and that's a pin. But actually, queen e6, rook d8, king g7, this is still... fork. So something like rook d6. Okay, what is this even? Do you take it? I suppose you take it. I mean, Levy should be safe. I hope he's not losing here, but this pawn on d6 is sure scary. So, I think this is the idea. Otherwise, h6 on g5, I'm not sure. Maybe actually h6 on g5 is also a move. And the knight is not so easy to defend. Like some b6. What did I blunder? Probably again e6. And again, same idea of queen h8. Yeah, by the way, e6 bar immediately confirms it. I mean, I'm not using an engine here, but this diagonal I spot immediately. So e6, this was something that was always in there if the knight leaves the c5 square, so it's very easy to spot. Just do some calculation, but luckily Nikhil didn't notice it. Queen b6 played by Levy. That's a nice move. I like it. It's a nice move. Yeah, finally the queen is joining the game. So he is attempting to solidify the position. Wow, this was a major moment here. Let me check with an engine. So, yeah. e6, by the way, the only move. e6. The idea is f6, knight takes, and queen h8. The best is, according to engine, f6. b4. Yeah, by the way, b4 is also the only move. b4 takes it, takes it. Wait, what? Why can't I take on e6? Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. I mean, you have to see this. You have to see this. White to play and win. So maybe Nikhil saw this position. He saw e6, f6. The pawn is under attack. It looks very scary, but it's strictly only move b4. Take it, knight e6, and white to play and win. If you want to find it out yourself, you can pause the video, pause the broadcast, and figure it out. Otherwise, I'm just going to tell you the solution. Queen b3. Do you see the idea? What's the idea? Knight e4, what's the big idea? Whoops. Wow. King e8 is queen g8, king d7, rook d4, white starts a killing attack. It can be missed even at a very high GM level. It would take quite a bit of imagination. I mean, this would definitely take a bit of imagination. Still, I believe e6 is a pretty easy move. But maybe somebody would stop about here. Because b4, knight e6, and queen b3 with bishop h6. That is a very, very difficult idea. Very difficult. I mean, I think I would miss it. Okay, maybe I would find it, but I'm pretty sure I would miss it. I would look at some bishop h6 checks in some lines, but I'm not sure if I would connect the dots. Probably not. I don't know. It's a very difficult one. So there's no wonder Nikhil missed it. Okay, let me switch this off. Oh, this was a very nice point by Engines. I thought it's actually much more trivial, but no, I mean, it was actually a longer line. And queen b6, Levy's out of the danger. I'm not sure either of them really realized it. Probably not. Maybe it's for the better. Sometimes the least you know, the better. Especially when it comes to missed opportunities. Because I think if you notice something that you missed and you're afraid it's going to happen, and then your opponent misses, you basically age for a couple of years. One thing about the nerves is that they don't restore, as far as I know. We just burn them down, and they will never restore. At least I think so. Keep faith in Levy. He's fighting. He's making mistakes, but guess what? He's a human being. And also, Nikhil is a human being. They're making human mistakes. Okay, this queen a6 was a weird moment. I don't understand it, but ever since, I liked, in theory, d4. I think maybe what failed here Levy a bit, this is something I have written it down, the sense of danger. I mean, you gotta sense something here. No? Maybe no, I don't know. But I would be sensing there's something here. But again, it's very concrete line. I mean, this sequence of e6, f6, b4, knight e6, and queen b3. All right, what's done is done. Let's focus on what that's present. Do I think Levy should pick up Sicilians as his playstyle is rather creative? Sean Hendricks is asking on YouTube. Maybe. We'll see. Fox Frost is asking, it's not a dumb question, by the way, it's a good question. At very high levels, what does chess coaching even look like? I mean, you can check yourself. You can check Levy's Road to GM episodes he's been posting on his YouTube channel, where we're streaming from, by the way. So he has posted like at least 4 lessons, maybe 5, I don't count. And all of the lessons are available on his Patreon. You can check it out. So YouTube doesn't have all the lessons, Patreon has. So you're going to see what it is like, and then you can try to judge if it's understandable or not. Okay, maybe at the very beginner level, maybe it's not understandable, because very often we talk meta level, and now he plays e6. Wait. Wait. Wait, that is a very scary move. But the bar says it's still okay. I'm sure that Levy's going to be a bit unnerved here. But now this is not so strong. Okay, just a second. The theory of calculation. Captures, checks, threats. Or captures, threats, checks. Okay, whatever the order. We have talked about this many times. What happens if I take it? Let's try to rule out one thing after another. Takes. It looks very bad. Check here, check. Not difficult. You lose the bishop, you lose the game. Very simple. Okay. F takes on e6, another try. Probably the same idea, knight f5. We kind of saw it before. And again, queen h8. By the way, different idea though this time. Queen h8. No, it's exactly the same idea. Like in previous line, you collect the bishop, you win the game. Okay. This is easy. So what about f6? I mean, there's literally nothing else. Maybe there's some knight e4. Oh, wait, but maybe there's knight e4. Knight e4. There's probably some crazy stuff like knight f5. No? No knight f5. I was thinking some queen sacrifice. Wow, there is actually. Takes, and takes. Beautiful, right? king takes, and what is winning a lot of things. Like takes, 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 what's up 2 pawns. Okay, I get it. So what about f6 here? Is there bishop f6? No. I see no discovered checks, no nothing. Maybe e7 check. King e7. I see no danger. So probably not. f6 is on the board. Bishop h6. Do you play king e8 or king g8? Probably king e8. Because I want to block the pawn. I mean, king g8 feels slightly the wrong direction. And maybe in some lines, knight e6, a jump under a pin. It's just very, I'm at a guessing level here. I'm looking at the move for like 5 seconds and I try to make a guess. Levy has to calculate these things. But at the intuitive level, somehow I would play king e8. Of course, I would want to make sure there's no checks on this diagonal. Levy has 30 minutes, enough time. So this is a very critical moment of the game. Do not rush. This is not a position where you can make a move by hand. So how exactly is Watt planning to continue? Because I want to play knight e4, maybe even knight e6, collect the pawn. And if I think the logic here should be Levy's thinking like this. If I'm not losing immediately, I'm okay. But it's sure scary. It is scary. When your opponent plays e6 and you're not ready, it's a major shocker. You're like, wait, am I lost? How did I miss this? And you're like, oh, okay, I found it. There's still f6. King g8. Okay. Maybe it's actually pretty okay to play king h7. I was kind of speculating king e8 could be safer. I don't know. Maybe actually king h7 is still pretty safe. The position is locked away. Crazy game. Such a crazy game. I think I just saw Levy casually yawn. That was nice. All right. I mean, I could easily imagine here Nikhil losing the thread of the game because the pawn on e6 in some lines is under attack. And maybe a much more sinister threat is to play knight e4 and start to target the knight on d4. So I'm talking about some bishop c5 ideas, or maybe just outright hit it with the rook and the queen. The pawn is under attack, the knight is pinned. In some lines also there might be some knight b3 ideas. So it's very easy for Nikhil here to go wrong, and yet here the bar says he's still slightly better. Exactly how again? All right. We're going to see. Bishop e3 is played. The bishop at h6 did the job. It's time to retreat. Makes sense. Yeah, that's why I didn't like this king on g8, because you're walking into a pin. Like if you play knight e6, this could be a thing. Okay, maybe it's not a big deal. Like you just play king of 7. It looks scary. Or maybe there's something better actually. Because you're not quite threatening, are you now? I'm not sure. It looks very scary. So my logic was that here, king e8 was looking a bit better in this regard. Because now I kind of was thinking I can take on e6, but can I now? Now that I'm looking at this, I'm not so sure. White could play knight f5, hit a queen. The king on e8 in some lines is in danger. It's very difficult to make the correct choice. All right. Clock is ticking. 7 minutes and 40 seconds for Nikhil. 11 minutes for Levy. I like. Fantastic comment. Daniel Zook, can I reread what you said in YouTube? Both are great players playing with a lot of heart. They're human. Yes. I like how you said it. I agree completely. It's fun to watch. Making mistakes is part of being human. I mean, would you really enjoy the perfect draw? Mistakes are part of the game. That's what makes it interesting. All right. What do you do here? Do you take on e6? What about knight f5? What about queen c4? Yeah, knight f5 looks nasty. No, doesn't look right. What about knight e4? Hitting the queen, removing the knight from a potential pin. So let's say white plays something like queen c4. And just put the queen somewhere. Where? Where do you put the queen? Bishop c5, there's a discovered check. I don't know. Wow, that is so unpleasant. I mean, it's very difficult to play knight e4 if you don't see the next move. Just a second. Queen d6. It looks pretty human, but the question is again, what happens after knight f5? Queen. If you take on d1, knight e7 check, and everything just starts to fall apart. So I suppose you give a check. King g1, you drop the rook with a check. What about king h2? You cannot take the rook at d1, there's a fork. And if you take on f5, you're dropping the knight. But you're getting back the pawn on e6. By the way, Engine says, the bar says this is more or less the way to go. That's going to be quite unpleasant. Something like queen c5 here, or maybe not drop the pawn. Weaknesses here, weaknesses here. Levy is worse. Knight f5 was played. Yeah, that's a move that Levy did not want to see. I mean, he literally walked into this. But again, I mean, I'm not sure what he should have done here. Let me check. What? Okay, engine says f4. What even is this? The idea is to meet g takes an f4 with knight a6. So at the top of the knight f5, there's knight f4. Easy, right? And after king f3, there's queen a6. It's equal. Come on. This is complete nonsense. So f4 just makes no sense. I'm sorry. Okay, what's the next move? King of 8. Engine would say this was also a move. Most likely Levy was afraid of b4. Like b4 takes. Knight e6, knight f5. Oh wait, now you just trade the queens. And the king on f8 protects the bishop. And black is slightly better. Wow. King f8 was a good move, actually. So I could repeat the position and go back. But I don't think Levy can afford to be ambitious here. So queen c6 is played by Levy. King h2. And the only move is to take it. Yeah, Levy is not going to win this game, unfortunately. So the only question here, if he can survive. That's the only question. You work with what you have. G takes and 5 is eliminated. Maybe Levy's calculation was that here he felt that this is not possible because I have a check on c6. I'm gonna take the knight and that's it. But he simply forgot that white can take on d8 and the knight is hanging. Yeah, he shouldn't have done that. But maybe it's not so bad. You know? Okay, he's not going to win this game, but the position looks still pretty solid. So bishop c5 or queen c5, I'm not sure what's the difference. Bishop c5, queen e6. Somehow, white is so scattered here that there's definitely something in hand. Okay, let's follow what's happening. This spells trouble. I mean, the entire tournament here, Levy has been playing a lot of underrated players. Yeah, this happens sometimes. 2 underrated Indians. He played a couple of youngsters that at this age they tend to be better players. It is what it is. I think bishop c5 is a pretty obvious move here so that the queen can do something. Come on, Levy. It's still not over. 5 minutes for Nikhil. We don't know how the Indian player is going to perform when in time scramble, although the position is pretty technical. Not quite a time trouble. But, in general, let me tell you this. It's very difficult psychologically to play when you're missing things. You're just not the same. Like, I'm talking about most like 95. I mean, this is a miscalculation. And after this, it's just very difficult. Very difficult to gather yourself because it's like you're in a boxing match and one of the punches of your opponent goes through. And you're not the same. Yeah, you're like not sure about your defenses. Queen c5. Okay. Not bishop c5. No choice for Levy. You cannot tolerate the pawn. Queen e6. There you go. The pawn has to go. The pawn on b3 now is under attack. 4 minutes for white. Maybe get the king on g6. Put the pawn somewhere here and pray is going to be enough to hold. a4. Wow. So, okay, I mean, Nikhil fixes this as a weakness. So queen b3, I suppose, drops pawn on a5. But just a second. Is this, by the way, so obvious? Oh, I'm missing something. Probably I'm missing a pin. Yeah, bishop b6, you lose the bishop. Queen d5, bishop b6. This would be terrible. Okay, it's not going to happen. Maybe play king f7 so that the king can take care of the weaknesses. Forget about the weakness here. I see nothing better. I hope nothing is under attack. Like the pawns on b7, pawn on h5. This is what Levy needs to defend. King g6, everything is kind of covered so that he could relieve the queen from defending the pawn on the 5. King f7 should be a pretty easy move. Okay, maybe king g7 as well. I'm not sure. King f7 somehow protects the queen, at least visually. I'm not sure. Maybe king g7 is the same. Come on, Levy. Focus. Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard. Especially when you feel that you are allowing your opponent's punches to go through. It's very hard. One of the hard lessons. This is really hard to play at this level. Part of the road. Hey, by the way, did I miss something? I see Hikaru in the chat. Did I miss a raid? Thank you. If there was a raid, I'm sorry I missed it. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Yeah, Indian kids, of course, they're underrated, always. Yes, of course. I would be terrified to play against them. And in the previous game, when Levy was played against the young Indian, we devised a strategy for the game to play slow and positional chess, get to the endgame, and it was kind of working until a certain moment. Until it was not. All right, king f7 is played. I like this move. Well played, Levy. Keep up. Queen b5 responded very quickly. Don't you worry. Play b6. Protect everything. And build a brick wall. I think Levy's worse, but he's not losing here. He's not losing here. Unless he's somehow gonna blunder the pawn. It's a nice move, queen b5. He protects everything, but ultimately I think that white should not be able to make a progress. So Levy should be safe. You see, the bar gives white some advantage, but unless white somehow can trade the queens, like Maybe after b6, there's going to be a moment when he can get the queens off the board. But even that position, you see, white's pawns are fixed on the dark squares for the bishop. So you could say black has here weaknesses of b6, a5. I could say the same about white's pawns here. So Levy should be safe. He should be okay. And if we go back, there was apparently a miss by the Indian player. If he can't play bishop c5, queen e6, I think I saw it. Yeah, queen f3. Queen f3 was the move where Levy would have been in a massive trouble. For example, queen c6. Everything is starting to fall apart. Queen e4 is queen h5. Yeah, he would just probably be lost. Or close to lost. So this was actually a miss. Queen c5 and a4. And I explained this idea already a couple of times, at least once I think, is that people tend to miss moves when there's something else in the horizon. You don't see it. It's like with the magicians, right? I'm showing you, look at my can, while I'm doing something with the other can. You're not looking at the other can, right? Okay, maybe not very appropriate, but it's quite similar. Queen d3 hits the bishop, bishop e7, or bishop c7. It looks okay. Maybe bishop c7 just to be more ambitious, but bishop c7, the bishop is pretty active here. I don't know. Maybe bishop c7 so that there's some f4 ideas. Put a king on g6. I would just play bishop c7 most likely. White should activate the king, somehow try to get it to the queen side, but it should not be enough. I would still pick white, of course. Bishop c7 is on the board. All right. Levy's fighting. Levy's fighting. He's holding on. Queen d1 hits the pawn on h5. King g6 responds very quickly. Now I think the worst is behind for Levy. He has managed to consolidate his position. Thank you for the excellent move, chess.com. Appreciate it. But it's just an easy move. Protect everything. It should be already pretty okay for Levy. Maybe queen d3. Usually the trick here, I think, when you have no chance to play for the win, try to play the most active move, which looks really powerful and menacing, and confidently offer a draw. That's the best I can suggest. Like, play bishop e5, looks very powerful, and offer a draw. Maybe the opponent is going to accept being lower in time. This is, by the way, a trick sometimes stronger players are using against nominally weaker opponents. I mean, okay, there's no guarantee, of course, that Nikhil would accept. But maybe it's worth a shot. Like bishop e5, queen d5. Queen d5 drops the pawn. Bishop e5. There's no points for white to crash through. Maybe Nikhil wants to play f3, g4, pin the pawn here, but you can always go back. So I would just go here and see what happens. There's always that 4 idea in some future lines if this queen gets stranded away, to go after the king and deliver perpetual check. We're going to see. By the way, just in case, while the players are getting to the 5-minute threshold, let me refresh the video feed so that in case it's not lagging and we are seeing real-time decisions. How do you think, the viewers, how the game's gonna end? Is Levy gonna save it? Is he gonna stage a heroic comeback and still win this game? This is a passive move, but okay, there's nothing wrong with it. Bishop f4, bishop e7, bishop c5. You could always improve the bishop. I would love to keep it somewhere more active. But, okay, at least protects the pawn on b6, but there's no threats. I mean, maybe he wants to play queen d5, centralize the queen, and then see what happens. But I would love to keep the bishop on this diagonal. Queen c4. All right. The moment of truth. So Nikhil is going to try to trade queens. I mean, of course, you could always play king of 7, but what about the trade? Trade? How bad is this? I mean, I see an idea to play f3, g4. Yeah, wow, this looks pretty scary stuff. Like f3, king e6, king h3. Or maybe all of this is not even necessary. You know, I could also consider going around with a king. Here, 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 c5, king c4, try to get to those weaknesses. So, if I'm not sure about this, I better not take. But are there some Zugzwang ideas? King of 7, and let's say, I don't think that Nikhil is going to take here. Is he? Or maybe he even takes it. Takes, and does the same idea. King of 7 is played. I am not sure again. So according to an engine, this is a mistake even. So what was the correct move? I don't know. The engine says that queen c4 apparently was better, but I'm not sure that this depth of the vet engine is enough. For some reason, bishop c7, according to the engine, is the only move. Why is this again? To play f4 and f5, maybe build a fortress. Like f3, yeah, exactly f4. And after the takes. Oh wait, you could actually even play for the win. All right, let's maybe focus on what's present here. King h3. So according to an engine, okay, it's not so easy to pick up here, was to take stakes and play bishop c7 with f4 idea. Not allow to white to create this passed pawn. Outside passed pawn at h file. King e7. So Levy clearly doesn't want to take on c4. And but there's no f4 check. There's no f3 because the bishop is hanging. So Nikhil might take it or do something else. We are approaching a time scramble. And what's going to be the move? Maybe Nikhil can keep the queens on the board. I think he's going to take it and play f3. Like, takes, and play f3. So perhaps Levy can hold here somehow. Oh, wait, maybe. I was thinking king goes here. G4. How bad is this, by the way? Takes, king G6. G takes, king H5, king G3. This king is marching. Oh, it just looks pretty bad. Give up the pawn. Let's hope that Nikhil is not gonna find a way. I mean, he did pick up a very nice idea, this queen c4. Getting the queens off the board to play f3 g4, so the game still continues. Levy is suffering here. Nikhil is below, 2 minutes on the clock. Clearly, this is the critical phase of the game. Most likely, the queen threat is incoming. No? No! Bishop f4. Okay. It quite doesn't rule out the queen trade and also the f3 g4 push. So king f7, go back. What else to do? Now Nikhil is planning to play f3 g4. So one of the things the viewers you would have to understand is the concept of an outside pass pawn. What Nikhil is trying to do here, he is not trying to trade weaknesses for Levy. He's trying to create an outside pass pawn. And in theory, and in practice, of course, most of the time, if you have an outside pass pawn in an endgame, you have very good winning chances. Because you're going to use this pawn. For example, let me just show you. Queen e6. It's just so slow. I'm sorry, it's a bit lagging here. In theory, I just want to show in theory. White wants to push forward the h-pawn. Use this pawn as a bait. And while you'll be taking care of this pawn, he's going to collect everything at a queen side. That's why this term of outside pass pawn is so important. Queen e1, king g2, by the way, was just played. Maybe queen e4. White doesn't really have to take. Now this could be pretty funny. King h3 and mate on h1. Queen e4 trade happens. Wow, he traded. That's an odd choice. Why did he decide to undouble the pawns? f3. Oh, his idea is that f5 is bishop g5. You couldn't do that. Like takes, bishop g5, king d7, takes, king f2, king e3, and white wins. So Levy really has to take it here. That's a nice idea. Maybe not so nice for Levy. No f5 here. This check is very menacing. No choice. Okay, now I understand it. But I mean, you can still take it and play king e6. With the idea to play f5 and g4, takes, f5. I mean, this is also a pass pawn. King d5, king e4 is incoming somewhere. Levy should be safe. And this is what we're seeing on the board. Just a second, my video is lagging a bit. As usual, Wi-Fi fails at the worst possible moment. Let me refresh the video feed. So we are not staying behind too much. G4 is on the board. Only move here. H takes, king g4, f5 feels to be pretty forced. Should be a draw. But I mean, still, white has the outside pass pawn. Maybe there's some problems still. There's no need to burn time here. Only one move. H takes king g4 is played. F5 feels to be the only move. Levy strictly playing the only moves here, but they're pretty easy. F5 check is on the board. Actually, wow, look at this. There's this idea. You could sacrifice the bishop at h4, play king d5, king c6, play b5, because guess what, dear viewers? This is the wrong corner for the bishop. Maybe this is not necessary. I just noticed. So king h3, you could take on h4, king d5, king c6, b5, take on a4, put the king on a8. I just say, do your worst. Maybe there's other ways for Levy. Now the question is how easy it is to pick up this idea to voluntarily give up the bishop. You know, I just checked the engine. You don't want to hear this. This is the only move. This is the only move for Levy to draw the game. Bishop h4, king h4, king d5, king c6, and b5. There's no other way to save the game. It's just this or nothing else. Wow, this is going to be very difficult. Because is this the moment when you're thinking about the wrong corner for the bishop? Super difficult to find it. And this, for some reason, loses. King d5, h5, h6. This pawn advances very quickly. I mean, maybe there are some tactical problems. I don't know. Bishop h4, king h4, king d5, king c6, b5. If I take on b5, let me just show it to you on the board. Takes, king d5. You try to go here, king c6, here, b5. Wrong corner for the bishop. If you take it, you cannot stop black from playing a4, a4, b4, a3. You trade these pawns. This is just a draw. How easy it is. Only Levy knows this. But he still might find it because of the lack of alternatives, unless he believes he's already in big trouble. Two minutes and 40 seconds. It is possible to pick up, but I could perfectly understand if it's just not jumping under your radar. If he's going to play bishop h4, it's going to be a very trivial draw. The question is, do you see the idea or you don't? It's really that simple. I'm not sure he does at the moment. The problem might be he sees other moves. He sees other moves like king f7, like king d5, king e4. Are you really thinking about the wrong corner right now? I mean, eliminating the outside pass pawn to run to those pawns is something that he should be thinking about. But is he going to pick up the idea of b5? That is the question. Clock situation is not great. I suppose we are going to find it out like in 2 minutes. Because it's just one move here. Either draw or a disaster. He is reaching for the bishop. He is reaching for the bishop. Come on, Levy, you can find it. Does he see this? I'm not so sure he sees this move. 1 minute on the clock. The clock doesn't matter. It's all about if you see the idea or you don't. He's shaking the head. I have no tell. I can't tell what it means. Yeah, those tricky endgames. 40 seconds for Levy. He missed it. Oh, jeez. Bishop e3. White immediately misses it back. Bishop d6. Mutual mistakes. King f3. Oh, goodness. He did not find it. Oh, jeez. Now this is gonna haunt him during this night. I mean, the game still continues, but objectively he's lost. His weakness on b6. h5, h6. Use the pawn as a bait. Unfortunately, he did not pick it up. It was very difficult to find. Either you see it or you don't. By the way, what was the missed move here after bishop e3? Apparently, engines still say it's a draw with f4. With the idea, again, you play bishop h4, and again you play king d5, king c6, b5. But I mean, if he didn't pick it once, he didn't find it another time, and now h5, this opportunity is out of the window. The fight continues. I think ultimately white should be winning this. Put the bishop before, the king is going around. I don't see any defense here. The king is just marching to the pawn on b6. Is this that simple? Ah, that's a shame. Yeah, king a2 just in case to make sure that there's no checks. King a3, king c4, king b5, and all that Levy can do here in silent horror. Watch this king approach the pawn here. Probably this pawn is going to be used as a bait. Maybe not even, because he can't get to this pawn here. Bishop e7. The bishop e3 can always go back. Doesn't change anything. You cannot trade those bishops. At least I think so. Maybe just play king d3, king c4, king b5. It is what it is. It's going to be a hard lesson. I'm afraid for Levy. It was very close, but his opponent is clearly underrated. I know I'm overusing this term too much. Hard lesson. But okay, the life is going to continue. There's no need to despair. I mean, Nikhil fought well. Of course, the game's still not over, but it feels like this is a technically winning position. Nikhil can't possibly go wrong. I mean, the king is getting to b5, and it's all about finding ways to collect the pawns here and push forward h-pawn. Levy fought well. That's a shame, actually. I mean, it kind of feels a bit similar to this game he played in round 8 of Madrid tournament. He also had a very nice position out in the opening. Then he kind of lost a sense of the danger at the wrong moment. And after that, yeah, everything just collapsed. So, again, in case the viewers you missed it, it was all about this moment. Do you see or you don't? How obvious it is that this is the wrong corner. If you see it, it's obvious. If you don't see it, you're not even thinking about it. King d3. King is approaching. Yeah. All right. Camera is a bit delayed. Maybe it is. I'm not sure. Let me, by the way, refresh it for one more final time. It keeps staying behind from time to time, so I have to physically refresh the window. Wow. We have like 26,000 viewers on Levy's channels total. That is just nuts. 19,000 on YouTube alone. I wish I had better news to you, dear viewers. But today, it looks like there's going to be one victory and one loss. I would like to believe that he can still save this, but it just doesn't feel. King c4. I mean, still white needs to find a way to win the game, like king b5. Let me show you a couple of lines. Let's say I'm doing nothing. Here, king b5. I'm doing nothing. You go here, I'm doing nothing. This is not winning. Because this pawn is promoting. The king is not in the so-called square. But there's definitely a way for white. Maybe the cleanest could be something like h6 here. You go here. You do nothing. You go here. You do nothing. Play h7. Takes. March the king. Collect those pawns. And then the corner doesn't matter anymore. So, king d5 approaches. Yeah, I see the chat is still cheering about Levy finding it. Yeah, he didn't find it. Don't want to spoil you on chat. Yeah. Seconds are ticking for Levy. 30 seconds. Maybe also white wants to play h6. Or maybe this is a move somewhere. Bishop h4. Yeah, bishop e3 is basically resignation here. I'm not sure what bishop h4 does, but okay. So bishop e3, this pawn falls. After that, this pawn is going to fall. Maybe Levy wants to organize some final counterplay with f-pawn. Yeah, they're reaching move 60, and you could see Nikhil reaching for another score sheet. And this means you have to write everything down from scratch. One score sheet. In one score sheet, you can write 60 moves. After that, move 61, you take another. And that's it. Bishop e1. Yeah, I mean, Levy is trying to sell the pawn on b6 so that he can push forward f-pawn. He came up with one idea. h6. Yeah, now this pawn is used as a bait. I think here Nicola is gonna play king e6, play h7, collect the pawn, march the king here. Maybe Levy is gonna play a couple of moves, 2 pawns versus none. Okay, Levy enables a 4. I mean, you need to do something. Bishop b6, f4 is king e4. No good advice in the lost position. All right. Bishop b6, the pawn disappears. Let's just follow the final moves of this game. Levy is losing. Nothing is going to change the result here, I'm afraid. But it was a crazy up and down game. Couple of strange mistakes by both players. Maybe I'm going to walk you some of the key moments after the game is going to finish. And prepare for the next day. It's just not Levy's tournament so far. It just doesn't work. Didn't quite work for Levy in this tournament. Somehow, at the very beginning, it just didn't work. The second round, maybe it all started with the second round by missing this victory against Anai, the Ecuadorian player. Levy kind of got shaky. It got in the head. Then the round 3, unlucky pair against young Indian. Didn't get anything. Round 4, he was playing against Yarotzka. He had minor chances. He got in a time scramble. Was unable to make the best move. Finished in a draw. Then the hard-fought game today in round 5. He was losing after the opening probably. He managed to fight back with a crazy endgame. So I was hoping it's going to give him more confidence, and it was, because he was looking really great here at the very beginning of the of this game, but he made the last mistake. That's how it works in chess. You make the final mistake, you lose. Unfortunately, this time it was Levy. So here, king e6, h7, king e5, get the king on b5, get the pawn, bishop on e7, collect the pawn. Maybe final trick is that white is going to forget this is the corner. I don't think so. All right. By the way, the viewers, I see some strange comments about Levy losing, etc. Come on. We support Levy no matter what's the result. I mean, everybody's suddenly such a big supporter when he's doing well. How about supporting him, especially when he's doing badly? This is not the first loss, not the last loss in the journey to the Grandmaster title. The tournament started not successfully. Let's not make it a tragic tournament. There's still going to be games to recover, interesting games that will Levy at least try to give the opportunity to get back a couple of lost rating points or test some interesting systems. And there's always the next tournament. So it's already pretty clear in this tournament there's not going to be a Grandmaster norm. So with this loss, Levy's going to lose maybe 7 rating points. So that would mean that overall he's like -8, losing 8 points. And it's not a tragedy. I mean, if you compare the previous tournaments, he won in both a total of 50 rating points, and now he's losing 8. He's a bit unlucky, not making the right choices. Obviously, not the end of the world. King e6. Yeah. Let's watch it until then, obviously. King g6. Final hope for Levy is if Nikhil is going to forget about the corner. For example, yeah, I just wanted to show it. You go here, 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 here. I'm sorry, why it's not working? The only chance for Levy is suddenly if Nikhil has no basic knowledge about one of the simplest endgames and plays b4. And then suddenly it becomes a draw. The point is, sacrifice the bishop and it's the wrong corner. But it's not going to happen. I mean, Levy has to try. He has to try, get the king to the corner, and wait for white to collect the pawn on a5, and after b4 try to sacrifice the bishop. There's a saying, nobody has made points by resigning early. Maybe the odds are not great, like less than 1%. They're still there. If you resign, that's it, the game's over. King c6. King e4. Where's the king? Okay, it doesn't really matter. I was hoping that Levy's going to try the corner. Now it doesn't matter. Now it does not matter. Okay. So I thought it made a bit sense. Put the king on c8 and hope for white to play b4. Now, even if white plays b4, Levy gives up the bishop. The king is never going to make it in time to the corner. Bishop b6, here b4, a5, a6, resignation. Now it's getting really straightforward. I believe that's resignation right here. Is it? I think so, yeah. Levy resign. Well, it's tough. But I think also now more than ever, Levy needs all kinds of support. And I would like to thank everybody who was believing in him in this round. So he's going to recover. We are going to make the right conclusions. How to improve his game. First key is to take a rest. Have a good dinner. Relax. Breathe. It's fine. Unfortunately, losses are part of the competitive play. So let me maybe walk you through a bit some of the key moments. It started with the opening. I think bishop f5 was a bit more accurate, but Levy's friend Alex actually hopped in the chat at some point and said that bishop g4 was part of the prep in one of the New York tournaments. So I'm not going to really argue about that. So here Levy just got the perfect position after the opening, 97, 95, 95, 97. And Nikhil just forgot to take on d5 and then play e4, pushed e4 immediately. And after this powerful knight c5 idea, I believe he simply missed knight e4, knight c5 idea as such, that Levy doesn't have to take on e4 to stop knight e6 idea. There's knight e3 threat, and Nikhil realized that he has to salvage the game with knight c5, takes, and play bishop c3. And this is the moment when Levy, yeah, he was doing really great. He had like 1 hour on the clock versus 40 minutes, better position, pretty simple position. I think he got to formulate what needs to be done. Improve the position, like queen d7, rook d8, keep the knight on c5. I did not like this knight e6. So knight e6, he was removing his best piece away to block the pawn on e6. And after queen c2, g6, he kept missing a couple of moves. About here, Levy was very unhappy that apparently he missed his advantage. For some reason, he did not play bishop c5, he played queen a6. A move I have difficulties to explain. Whatever he thought, knight e4 was a move for white. I don't know why Nikhil didn't play it. Nikhil played h4, h5. He kept ignoring knight e4. Now, c5, he attempted to shut off Levy's queen from the game. Rook d8, rook d1, threatened play, rook d6. Levy played correctly, rook d5, takes, rook d1, rook d8, king g2. And here apparently there was this choice for Levy to simplify the position with a pretty difficult looking bishop c5. I was not sure if it's working, like bishop c5, rook c8, and b6. Apparently it is working according to an engine. So king f8 was played. I like this move. And now for some reason Levy decided not to continue with king e8. I do not know what was the reason, because I thought he played king f8 to keep the tension. And here he played e4, another mistake, knight c5, and he simply missed e6. This was a pretty crazy idea. Look at this again. e6, maybe he thought there's going to be f6, but here white has a devilish idea. b4 takes, knight e6, and queen b3. With the idea to play bishop h6 and queen g8. Very easy to miss. I think I would have missed it, but I would be afraid to allow e6. The idea comes with queen h8 check. So bishop g5 was played, queen b6, and now Nikhil played e6. Clearly he saw the idea. So check here, king g8, maybe king d8 was better, I'm not sure. And this is where the problem started for Levy. Queen d6, walking into a potential discovered attack. I didn't like this move. Engine says a 4, which makes no sense. King f8 was still pretty good. And then think about knight e6 at the right moment. Okay, Levy walked into the knight f5. I'm sure he simply forgot that here after g takes and take on d8, that the knight on c5 is under attack. Nikhil made another mistake by not taking with the bishop c5, queen a6, and queen f3. He would have immediately get very nice winning chances. And eventually, Levy was able to set up a pretty nice defensive position. I did not like this idea, bishop d8. I think he got to try to play bishop e5. Although, I think here Nikhil would have still continued with queen c4. After the trade, the bishop would go back. Maybe this is what Levy didn't like it when he played bishop d8. Maybe he was correct. Queen c4. Apparently here, the only drawing idea for black in the position was to takes, and play the idea of bishop c7 and f4, sacrifice the pawn so that white is not in time to play the idea of f3 and g4, creating an outside pass pawn. Like a 4, for example, g takes to the 4, f5, lock the position and throw away the key. So what happened here, the critical moment, is that finally we got to this position. f3, you could have played f5, there's bishop g5 check always. Levy played it correctly. And now the moment which most likely is going to halt Levy for the entirety of this night. He did not pick up the idea that he can sacrifice the bishop on h4 and then march with the king on c6, play b5. And because of the wrong corner for the bishop, this is a known draw. If you see it, then you see it. If you don't see it, well, then you play bishop e7. Apparently, after bishop e3, he still could have played f4 check with the same idea, bishop h4, king d5, king c6, and b5. But he already missed it once, and he didn't pick it up. And this time, it's to notice much harder. And from here, it was losing. There was nothing. Levy could have done. He tried to play some tricks, and there was nothing, and he resigned. Pretty painful, maybe you ask me, but it is what it is. So once again, I would like to thank everybody who was watching the broadcast. I hope that even if Levy is losing, that all of you are going to support Levy in such a difficult moment, because clearly it's not working for him so far. He's losing rating points. The first card tournament, the first card lessons, he already had a couple of them in Madrid. Now this is going to be much more tougher, but he's going to recover. He will recover. Levy is strong. So keep faith in Levy. Everything is still okay. Even if the tournament is not a success, life continues. Everything is good. So cheer up. Everything is good. So I would like to wish you a great evening. I'm Latvian Grandmaster to Nations. I've been coaching Levy for the past couple of months. Definitely we are going to take some of Hikaru's suggestions into account, like another opening for black versus e4. I think so. We just didn't have the time to incorporate it just yet. We're going to get there eventually. So thank you once again for watching. I wish you a great evening and be good. Come back tomorrow when the action is going to start at 3:30 Central European Summer Time. Round number 7, where Levy will look for ways to